All righty, folks. Welcome on into the Central Committee Street with your host, Mike from PA, with the real start time of 7 a.m. early. I don't want you guys to have to go anywhere else in your morning streams, but here at the Central Committee stream with your host, Mike from PA. Hope you guys are here. Spread the word. Spread the word. Spread the word. You know, you see Mike from PA heads out and about, let them know. Sorry about the very beginning. I started my music and then I went to the bathroom, but apparently when I took off my headset, it decided to pause. Which, who wants that functionality? I don't want that functionality. I don't want any function. That's not a good functionality. Like, what the fuck is that functionality? So, okay. So, apparently, a sniper attacked migrants at an ICE facility, which to me, what? Yo, fascist, you got what you wanted. These people are being deported. Like, what the fuck is going on? Here's a live stream for the ICE thing. Yeah.
Now, the two people who are dead right now were ICE detained.
Bone of an ancient crime as American families look.
It is probably just
spokesperson for Immigration's Customs.
The scene is not.
He needs to be able to hear.
Hey, I need
Side of the building.
Been in this building before, and so for people who have never been in the building and actually don't even know that that's what the building is when you're
look at beautiful Texas, chat. You could see why this is the #1 growing state in the country. Am I right?
Passing it on that frontage road there. Can you talk to us specifically about when you had to go in the building? What was the security like? And we don't know if this happened outside as people were walking in to go to work or inside of the building, but that's a very interesting perspective that you've actually been in there before.
It's really disgusting to see, like, the fascism in this country and the pussy-ass liberals who won't do anything about it. Like the pathetic worms that are Democrats. I mean, you have to be a pathetic worm to be a Democrat. Like, that's always been the case. Let's not be confused. Like, you've always had to be a little worm to be a Democrat.
There are metal detectors. There's a security screening checkpoint, that you would have to go into, and I think even a window, if I recall, where you check in, outside the building prior to that. There are offices in the building on the upper floor that house many of the supervisory folks who oversee the Dallas's ERO, operations, enforcement and removal operations. That facility actually and the ERO district for Dallas, or I think they call it area of responsibility, covers a large section of northern Texas and I believe even into Oklahoma as well. So this is a sort of a headquarters facility for the region for the ICE agents who do that sort of work. I have been in touch with ICE this morning. A spokesman, telling me that they were aware. Obviously, a spokesperson notified early this morning about this incident, which occurred around 7 a.m. But that spokesperson was unable to provide any additional details beyond what Homeland Security Secretary Nelm has confirmed via social media post this morning, indicating that there are multiple people shot, some injured and some deceased, according to her message. We're unclear exactly on the numbers. And again, the suspected shooter dead at the scene from an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound. We're still trying to get numbers on all of this and have calls out to multiple agencies, including Dallas police, who have said to us they were just obviously trying to deal with the immediate situation and unable to provide a lot of additional information. We know they've established a media sort of checkpoint command post there on the scene, and we hope to have more information from there soon.
Yeah, and we do have this number coming in to us, Scott, from NBC News. When Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem first released her statement, she said there were multiple injuries and fatalities. A spokesperson for Immigration's Customs has now confirmed to NBC News that there were 3 people shot. It doesn't go any further than that, except to say 3 people were shot at this ICE facility in Dallas this morning, and then, of course, everything else that you have just confirmed from your sources. We have our our investigative reporter Scott Friedman there by phone, and he's checking with sources. We also have our Alana Quillen on the ground watching as the police continue to surround this area. Alana, tell us more about what's going on.
Yeah, it's still just as intense as it felt when I first arrived here about 30 minutes ago.
I mean, and then the administration basically made it seem like ICE officials were targeted, when in reality they were migrants being targeted.
The service road here of Stemmons. This is I-35E southbound going towards downtown Dallas, and it is just a flash of red, blue, and some green lights. Just numerous first responders that are still here. I'm hearing some sirens go off. I've seen off and on some officers who are wearing
There's nothing American TV doesn't like more than a bunch of empty cop cars flashing their lights.
Bulletproof helmets and vests coming in and out of vehicles. You know, really over the last hour or so, I do know that they have been trying to divert traffic away from this area. They had shut down the interstate at one point to try to keep people off the road. I'm noticing now that there is no more traffic on the interstate, and I'm wondering if there is yet another shutdown just as their investigation continues. But it has just been a lot going on here. We've gone over the details with you. Again, we only know that 3 people were shot at this ICE facility. Fatalities confirmed by... Sorry, we have law enforcement walking up to us and talking to us a little bit. There's numerous media staged over here, and this is kind of the area where we were told to go. And of course, it's fluid, so we might be asked to move just as this continues. But again, we just know that there were at least 3 shot, there are injuries, there are fatalities, and there's just numerous law enforcement that continues to be here, both in unmarked cars and marked cars. So this is unlike anything I've seen before. And of course, we're still trying to figure out a little bit more, but as far as we're concerned, we're not hearing any word of any sort of active situation happening at this time. Of course, we know from Secretary Kristi Noem that the shooter has died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. So that's all we know at that point in terms of that person. But still, we're still trying to work to find out more details. And of course, as I mentioned before, the rain falling is certainly adding a little bit more complexity to their investigation here. So we'll send it back to you guys as we work to find out more details.
Okay, Alana, before we let you go, from where you are, where is the facility?
So it is probably just about a block away from us, just up ahead. I mean, I could walk there. Where you see the flurry of lights the most, that's exactly where it is. It is to the right of all of those vehicles there. That is where that U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement facility is located. So we're very close. We're closer than I was earlier, but this is as far as they'll let us go.
Okay, they're in the 8100 block of Stemmons Freeway. Alana, thank you so much. Alana talked about the rain, the weather complicating the situation out there, kind of adding to the chaos. Samantha, storms were supposed to arrive about this time.
Yeah, and right on schedule. They are making their way through the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Now, I will say all of the rain that we're getting, if you hear the thunder or see the lightning, we are not tracking severe thunderstorms. So none of these are going to produce damaging winds or any hail, but it is a complex line of heavy showers and thunderstorms that is basically in the process of making its way right through Dallas-Fort Worth as we speak. So as we put a track on this, again, we're going to continue to watch the eastward motion of these particular storms as we head through the morning hours. And as we put a track on some of these, they're going to continue.
All after inside court, Ruth attempted to stab himself in the neck with a pen. This court sketch showing that moment. NBC News producer Carmen Gonzalez witnessed the chaos in the courtroom.
As the jury was leaving, I looked over to him and I saw him doing this. I thought maybe he was having a seizure, but then I realized he had a pen and he was jabbing at his neck, trying to hurt himself.
Within seconds, she says, U.S. Marshals grabbed Ruth and took...
They went to a Ruth fucking... They immediately go to a Ruth story on NBC? What the fuck? Who gives a shit?
ICE facility this morning again. The suspect dead. We want to bring in our Alana Quillen, who is trying to inch her way a little bit closer to some of the activity there. But obviously, Alana, they're keeping you as far back as needed.
They are. And, you know, the activity, the center of everything that's happening, the facility that Scott was speaking about is just about a block that way. It is walking distance from where we are, but we are not allowed to go any closer. I will mention that in the last last few minutes, a Dallas police officer came up to some of the media here and told us that they will be giving an update to us. They didn't say exactly when, but soon, and they were just notifying those of us who are here that they will be coming up and doing some sort of press conference, probably catching us up to speed on some of the details that have unfolded in the last couple of hours. I'm going to step out of the way so that you can see still just the huge presence that continues to be here on the service road of Stebbins Freeway. I don't know if you can see the exit there, but this is leading up to the Mockingbird Lane and the Dallas Love Field exit off of 35, heading south towards downtown Dallas. This entire stretch of road here, certainly from Regal Row, even further back, is just blocked off with police activity, with police officers. And then as it gets closer to that facility, you can see it gets thicker. There are much more lights down there. There's much more activity and cars over there. That is the center. That is the focus of their investigation. That is where this all took place. I've mentioned seeing numerous.
So, I mean, chat, wait a minute. I thought it was the left that did political violence. Wait, what happened? What happened? Wait, I thought it was the left. Are we going to be flying the flag at half staff for these migrants who were murdered? I mean, it seems like a lot more people were injured than the Charlie Kirk rally. So this should be a very big story for a long time, right?
Officers in different attire. You could see one walking.
I'm sorry. Asmongold and Tectone don't stream anymore, Andrew James, because the bots got banned. So their bots got banned, so they decided to take a couple months off. You know, well, Asmon Dad died suddenly, so I want to say condolences to Asmon Dad. But anyway, this ought to be interesting. Andrew James 3, is that your name? Are you Andrew James? Damn, that's such a generic name. Kind of sounds like a bot. We'll find you. Hold on. Usually when people are like right-wingers, they're not very bright. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. Wait. Were you being serious? Like, no, I need to know more about you. Oh, this is so good. Okay, chat. I'm gonna hold off on that guy. Let's I want to see more. I want to see more. I think Asmongold needs to step away from the internet and streaming and focus on being healthier like Asmon Dad wanted to be. It's the least that he could do for his dad. Honestly, guys, it's never going to get better for Asmongold. Like, he has all the resources that he needed to live a happy life, and it's just over. It's just over. Like, some people, there's just nothing we can do. He wants to be alone. He wants to be miserable. He wants to be a bad person. It is what it is.
Here with helmet, bulletproof vest, weapons. I mean, they've all come out full force to respond to what has happened here this morning. But again, just to reconfirm.
My favorite thing about this Andrew guy is, like, he was created as an alt account to harass Hassan. And then he followed 1, 2, 3, 4, like almost all, like he went 4 straight women over the course of the next week. And then I guess it kind of became his Gooter account. Then he followed Dan Simpson of all people, which is a weird choice. Then Pirate Software, which is interesting. I'm not really familiar with these content creators. Then it went to more gooning, lots of women accounts. And then I guess he decided he wanted to make it his harassment of leftists account again, where he got the Antifa account, which is fucking incredibly cool. Gopnik, I don't know who Rumor Report is. Who's Rumor Report? Let's find out.
Fascist Handbook by Mark Bray. Look, we know the main...
Oh, it's Alex Jones shit. Thank you for the follow, Andrew James 3. Oh, that's funny.
What we know so far, 3 people were shot here at this ICE facility in Dallas this morning. That is confirmed.
Hogs, man. I love hogs. Do you spend a lot of time in guilt and shame and fear, Andrew James? Is that how you spend most of your time? Do you think the world is out to get you and that people are bad? Is that how you spend most of your... Oh, this ought to be good. Do you feel bad about promoting the clot shot now? God, I've had 4 of them and I'm fine. That's weird. Will Neff ugly? The gooning and trolling, the has absolutely nothing going on in his life. Holy shit, that's embarrassing. That's fucking embarrassing, dude. Everyone is laughing at you. Everyone thinks you're a fucking loser. Holy shit, man. Holy fuck. Christ, that's amazing. That's amazing. Talking about the COVID vaccine in 2024. Holy shit.
An ICE spokesperson.
That's crazy.
And the suspected shooter, is dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. So as far as we know of there being any more concerns, we have not heard about that. We're still waiting to get some more information from police. But this has been just...
That brain is rotted beyond saving. Oh, yeah, definitely. Definitely. And spending most of your time oscillating between trying, like, you're a fucking loser. I know it. You know it. Your life sucks. You have no future. You don't have a girlfriend. You don't have any social life. Somebody's probably paying for you to be on the internet 24/7. Like, we know what you are. All right. Like there are millions of guys just like you. And instead of going, maybe these people that are telling me that the world around me is unfairly designed and set up for me to fail, maybe I should join in on that project and have a purpose in life. You've decided to defend the system that makes you a fucking loser. You're being genetically and socially selected out of society. You think it's suddenly going to get good if the taxes on the rich get low enough? Like suddenly you're going to get a girlfriend, you're going to get a good job, you're going to get out of the basement? Like, what's the plan, man? There is no plan for you. And I'm sure you've heard this a million times from your mom. I'm not saying anything different than your mom hasn't said to you. The difference is I'm not a boomer like her. So I understand how hard things are. I understand the struggle of being you're probably middle-aged at this point, but I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and say young man. There isn't a clear and easy path to success in life anymore. Every single one of us have to struggle and chart our own course. But instead of joining in solidarity with a bunch of people that have your back, you're imbibing fear propaganda from Alex Jones, the most blatant sellout who's ever existed. Total fraud. Who's now endorsing Palantir and AI supervision of our society. What a fucking loser you are. Never gonna get better for you, man. Unless you drop this fear and hate and try to join with other people to build something better. Fuck, man. What an embarrassment you are.
Very, very chaotic situation for people.
It would hurt them more if you ignored them. They have a social life in their own circles. They don't have a social life. He does not have a social life. Come on. He's got 80 Gooter fucking accounts. Please. I could tell you successful conservatives are not on the Central Committee stream at 7:18 a.m. on a Wednesday to try to troll. Okay? Like, come on.
We've been trying to head to work this morning. Of course, when the storms rolled through, it hasn't made it easier. So again, we are hoping to learn a little bit more from officers when that press conference unfolds, hopefully just here in a few moments. But it is just something that we're just going to continue to follow out here. Nothing much has changed. If anything, there's been more presence, more law enforcement pulling up to the area the closer we are to this scene. So we'll, of course, keep you updated when Dallas Police comes up and gives us that press conference. Hopefully,
I'm not
fills in some of the blanks on what happened here this morning. Lauren, Deborah, back to you.
Alana, thank you. I want to go back to the reaction from Vice President J.D. Vance right now, posting to X. This was in response to Kristi Noem's post saying that the obsessive attack on law enforcement, particularly ICE, must stop. I'm praying for everyone hurt in this.
That's not what happened. It was an attack on migrants, you fraudulent fuck. Okay, so here you go, Chad. These were migrants that were attacked. How do you square the circle of this guy not being an evil rat? He's lying over something that's easily provable as a lie. He thinks you're a peasant.
And for their families. And Scott referenced this before, but I think it's really important to bring it up again. Defendants in the Prairieland Detention Center attack that happened on July 4th, just July 4th, just appeared in federal court in Fort Worth this week. So that's kind of what he's referencing there, is that these attacks have been happening across the country. Yeah. And you can see it now happening and playing out in Dallas.
In that case, the Alvarado case, again, 14 defendants, 8 men, 6 women, all going before the federal judge in Fort Worth the last couple couple of days for arraignment. And in that case, I remember, an Alvarado police officer was shot. All right, we keep talking about the confirmation from Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. So let's show you her statements about 7:45 this morning, saying we can confirm there were multiple injuries and fatalities. The shooter is deceased by a self-inflicted gunshot wound. She goes on to say, while we don't know motive yet, we know that our ICE law enforcement is facing unprecedented violence against them. It must stop. Please pray for the victims and their families. And I got to think, too, and anybody who had somebody going to that ICE facility this morning around that area probably worried a little bit about their family as well.
That's for sure.
Yeah. Now, all of this happening against the backdrop of slick streets, rain that is falling in North Texas this morning. Let's bring in Samantha now for this part of the story. Samantha.
Yeah, that rain started to push in about 30-40 minutes ago, and it's going to continue as we head through the rest of the morning and potentially into the early afternoon. We've got a widespread area of showers and thunderstorms that we're tracking right now, and you'll see the leading edge of this dealing with some of those heavy.
It probably is. Let's see what happens. Disney has several matters, including ESPN deal to have the NFL invest in the network looming that will require some regulatory review. Nexstar and Sinclair may have matters in front of the government as well. So it's a matter of, I think, taking a stand. Disney already paid Trump $15-16 million for a remark about that George Stephanopoulos made that many legal experts thought was pretty flimsy. I guess that wasn't enough. And I think the Irish have to decide how much more are we going to spend, kowtowing to this stuff when we're in the right. That's his decision to make.
All right, Brian, thank you for joining us throughout this whole thing.
Thank you.
Former Vice President Kamala Harris is pulling back the curtain on her whirlwind 107-day presidential campaign last year. She's out with a new book that reveals new details about the days leading up to that top-of-the-ticket switch. That includes her reflections on former President Biden's decision to drop out of the race so close to Election Day. NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson has the details.
As Democrats look to the next election, it's the last one in the spotlight, with Kamala Harris detailing and in some instances relitigating her 107-day presidential campaign last fall.
We just didn't have enough time.
The former vice president reveals then President Biden first raised with her the possibility he might drop out nearly a week before he actually did, on July 15th, 2 days after the assassination attempt against Donald Trump in Pennsylvania. Harris says the mantra at the White House, it's Joe and Jill's decision, writing, was it grace or was it recklessness? In retrospect, I think it was recklessness.
Can I just say that 107 Days is the most Rizless title of all time? It is the most Rizless title of all time. The 107 days that, due to random circumstance I had no control over and I was the passenger of, I was a heartbeat away, or I was one election result away from being the most powerful person in the world through absolutely no fault or talent of my own. Kamala Harris may be the most mediocre person in American history since Andrew Johnson to be near the White House. What a complete fucking loser. I wanted to watch her interview, but then I decided not to because I feel like it's just going to be bad clips for me, because I think she may be one of the most incompetent people that I've ever seen in my entire life. Like Hillary Clinton, love her or hate her, she had some amount of like organic energy behind her. There was a certain type of like second wave feminist, bitter woman who loved Hillary Clinton. Like there were people out there that did. Kamala Harris is Rizless. Okay. I'm sure J.K. Rowling was the top of the fucking Hillary Clinton fan club. Okay. That's who I'm talking about. But like Kamala, literally no one. Literally no one. There were just Democratic Party partisans. That's it.
Now, she herself is accepting some of that blame.
Because I realize, had a certain responsibility that I should have followed through on.
I think that if you like Kamala Harris, if you think that Kamala Harris is a good candidate or good politician in any way, you should never be listened to again about literally anything. I wouldn't trust you to pick the wall of my apartment, like the color of the wall of my apartment. Okay. Like you are not good at this. You are not good at this. Like legitimately, you're not. Clinton was competent as an administrator, terrible worldview, but there was competence there. Harris is uncharismatic and incompetent and shitty. No, he wasn't very competent. He wasn't very competent. See, the thing is, like, the Soviet Union was a whetstone. It forced liberal democracies into solidarity. It forced them to root out corruption because they were being tested by an alternative worldview, an alternative system. And they were struggling to compete, even though the Soviet bloc was severely disadvantaged from both development level, you know, the economic position. There was a lot of problems with the Soviet bloc, but the Soviet bloc still was challenging the West very effectively across the world because of the superiority of socialist ideology over capitalism. And they could really only contain it through blatant aggression. But without the challenge of the Soviet bloc, the contradictions of capitalism go unaddressed and unchecked. And that's what we're living in right now. We're living in a society where we're just serving the whims of the richest 10 men, and that's that.
And so when I talk about the recklessness, as much as anything, I'm talking about myself.
For her.
Okay, she fucking sucks. All right, we'll get more. We'll cover the ICE shit. I actually kind of want to watch the Harris. This is everything you need to know about why Kamala Harris is a fucking dud.
As a sort of talent spotter in the Democratic Party, what do you think of him and his candidacy? And what do you think of mainline Democratic shyness and agitation about the prospect that he's going to win?
Look, as far as I'm concerned, he's the Democratic nominee and he should be supported.
Weak. What a fucking loser. That is like, chat, have you ever heard the phrase damning with faint praise? That's what that is, which is he is the Democratic nominee and he should be supported. Okay, that is damning with faint praise. She should be saying Zoran Mamdani ran an electrifying campaign and defeated a dynasty, and I think there's a lot we could learn from him. I may not agree with him on every policy detail, but the fact that he's able to connect with young voters across the socio and economic and racial lines, that says a lot to me. And Democrats have a lot to learn. That's what you should be saying. But the fact she goes, he's the Democratic nominee and he should be supported. She's signaling, she's flashing to her fans as brightly as she can. He kind of sucks. Don't be excited. Which is, ladies and gentlemen, exactly what I told you would happen.
Do you endorse his candidacy?
I support the Democrat in the race, sure. But let me just say this. He's not the only star. I know that, you know, he's in New York, and I know New Yorkers think they're the center of the world, and here we are in New York having this interview.
It is the biggest city in the country.
And I love New York, as the saying goes. I really do. But, I mean, there are people like Barbara Drummond in Mobile, Alabama.
One day later, she gets absolutely crushed by a Republican and was 71 years old, I think. Crushed by a Republican, 71 years old. Last night, Harris was quick to praise Mobile, Alabama mayoral candidate Barbara Drummond and name her a star just to avoid talking about Zoran. Drummond lost to a Republican in a city that voted Democratic by double digits last year. And the reason why she lost is because nobody young was excited. Nobody came out because she was more of the fucking same.
Ina Moreno in New Orleans, they're all running for mayor too, and they are stars. So I hope that we don't so over-index on New York City that we lose sight of the...
If you think that I mean, like, I gotta be honest with you, chat. Anytime someone likes Kamala Harris, I think they're a fucking dope. I gotta be honest. I gotta be honest with you all. How the fuck do you like this loser? Absolutely rizless.
Stars throughout our country who are right now running for mayor and many other offices, governor, and so on. So that's where I am. We got a big tent, and we got a lot of stars.
2026 is shaping up.
Okay, but they're not stars. The fact that you're being asked about Zoran is evidence he's a star. Right? He's a star because he made 100,000 more people turn out who would never vote in a fucking primary for New York City mayor. Like, what? Are you okay? She's a silver spoon baby daughter of an oil executive who's from Texas and went to a private school. What's the racial demographics of this school? What's the racial demographics of this school? I want to know the racial demographics of this school. It has 150 students and it has a $50 million campus. 7.9 student to teacher ratio. 797 students for a $50 million campus with a 7.9 student to teacher ratio. Look at the way the rich treat their kids. Look at the way the rich treat their. That tells you what education should be. 70.8% white, and the school district they're in is 6.9% white. What a star. What a star. What a star. She studied at American University in Washington, D.C., where she interned at the White House for the First Lady Hillary Clinton. Why the what? So she went from an extremely white prep school to American University, which means her grades weren't that good because she didn't even make an Ivy. Okay. Not very bright. This is the star of the Democratic Party. Cool, 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 cool. And then she interned for Hillary Clinton. And then she immediately got a job at a television studio. Wow, in Houston. When did she go to New Orleans? She was recruited by Hearst Argyle Broadcasting Corporation to move to New Orleans to work at WDSU, where she became an anchor for the morning news. She primaried William J. Jefferson. Okay, he went to prison for bribery. Pretty standard Southern Democrat, if I'm being completely honest. She's a realtor. I can't imagine. Involvement in a fatal car crash? Moreno struck another car that had run a red light. Bullshit. Bullshit. A passenger in the other car died. Her opponents raising allegations of negligent homicide and preferential treatment by law enforcement. The report notes Moreno was taken to the Osher Foundation Hospital by police officers before investigators arrived. Oh, she also is a murderer. Okay, cool. Cool. She was probably drunk. Let's be honest. She killed the person. But the cops liked her, so yeah. Yeah, that sounds like a Kamala Harris star, just like Josh Shapiro. Criminy. And then, chat, if you remember a few months ago, I should say, I was really anti-Deja Fox. Do you think if the Democrats demanding progressivism and Medicare for all and free college gonna learn from it? Who needs to learn? Party or scum? You need to learn. You need to stop compromising. You need to stop giving in. You need to stop giving up. That's who needs to learn. You. I was hit by a doctor who was drinking and no field sobriety test was conducted. Please definitely give preferential treatment based on your status. Yes, because they're fascist fucks and they're corrupt. Pretty ominous sign for those who are banking on the Latino vote to be realigning with the GOP long-term IMO. Kamala only won this district by 22% in November, and the electorate that turned out was surely significantly skewed more white and Republican. Adela Gravala, I could never say her name, chat. I'm so sorry. A Democrat wins the 7th district special election in Arizona. Remember how I was against Deja Fox? I can't pronounce Spanish names. It's my worst flaw of many flaws that I have. Gravala, thank you. Gravala. I can't say it. Anyway, point is, we've supported her for a long time. And what do you know? She wins a goddamn landslide because she's pro-Palestine. She called it a genocide in Gaza in the middle of the general election. She completely crushed because, wow, she's pro-Medicare for all, pro-Green New Deal, calls it a genocide in Gaza. Big win. Kamala Harris, on the other hand, 0.6. I mean, this is unbelievable.
Sadly, for these active shootings to take place.
This show is not important.
The government opens fire at an ICE facility in Dallas. At least one person is dead, according to police, and we are live with the very latest. Welcome to our viewers in the United States and around the world. I'm Pamela Brown. Wolf Blitzer has the morning off, and you're in the Situation Room.
Adilata Grijalva. I tried. That's my best effort.
This is
How she talks like Kamala makes me sick. She got fucking owned, guys. Who cares? She got fucking owned.
It wasn't supposed to happen for someone like me raised in
It didn't happen for you.
Breaking news.
And we begin with the breaking news. A gunman opens fire at an ICE facility in Dallas, killing at least one person and wounding 2 others. Law enforcement officials tell CNN that at least 2 detainees were shot. According to the deputy director of ICE, no ICE officers were injured and the shooter is deceased. We are told ICE employees, civilians, and immigrant detainees are among those at that facility. We are awaiting a news conference any moment, and of course, we'll bring that to you as soon as it starts. But let's go straight to CNN's Priscilla Alvarez. Priscilla, what is the latest?
Well, Pamela, we're still gathering details as to what exactly unfolded here, but we are learning more from the Dallas police, which moments ago said what transpired this morning in a post on X. Let me read some of that to you. They said that they responded at about 6:40 a.m. to an assist officer call at this facility. They went on to say that the preliminary investigation determined that a suspect opened fire at a government building from an adjacent building, and went on to say that 2 people were transported to the hospital with gunshot wounds, as you mentioned, one of whom died at the scene, and that the suspect is deceased. Now, the acting ICE director, Todd Lyons, on our air this morning saying that the suspect was dead from a self-inflicted wound. And what my sources tell me is that at least 2 detainees were shot when this happened. Now, just to give you a little bit of context as to what the facility is, this Dallas ICE facility is generally a place used to process detainees. So they may be arrested by ICE, taken to this facility to be processed, where there are about 3 or 4 holding cells. So generally there are a few dozen people at the facility before they are then transferred to a detention center. Now, we still do not know the motive of this shooter. We'll hopefully learn more about that in the forthcoming presser. But what we do know from Homeland Security officials is that no ICE agents were shot or hurt during this incident. That's what they have said so far. But they are also highlighting that there have been increased assaults, attacks, and threats on ICE personnel. In fact, this particular facility was the target of a bomb threat in late August. So the Department of Homeland Security similarly saying that they do not have yet a motive for this shooter, but they are tying this as well to what they have seen across the country.
The guy shoots migrants and you're like, oh, I don't know about it, but I think it may be similar to when people protested ICE agents. We're now living in a post-truth society, and our media is just dumber than ever.
Which is this increase.
Mike, could you clarify your position on Kat? Not a socialist, therefore I'm not excited. I don't really vibe with progressive people that are like under 30. That's fucking crazy. Like, or under 40. Like, what the fuck? Like, come on. If you want my help, become a socialist. Now, it doesn't mean that I'm not going to support progressives through some occasional positive coverage of their shit, especially when I can contrast it to more right-wing people. But if you want me to get excited, you know what you need to do. If you want my help, you have to be a socialist, or at least pay homage to me. Like, which to me, like, that's how it works.
Attacks toward ICE personnel. Take a listen to what the acting ICE director had to say about that this morning.
It's like running to the right of AOC is embarrassing. That's all I can say.
I've never seen threats on law enforcement, specifically ICE, increase the way it is. You know, we're up over 1,000% assaults on officers right now. And really just a lot of the talk that's out there, a lot of the rhetoric is just the violence directed towards law enforcement officers just trying to do their job. And we just keep seeing an increase.
Now, again, I want to stress that the motive here is unknown. We're still trying to gather details on that. But what we do know is that at least 2 of those who were shot were detainees. There have been injuries, at least 1 person killed. The shooter died from a self-inflicted wound. And according to the Department of Homeland Security, no ICE agents were shot or hurt in this incident. We'll hopefully learn a lot more in the press conference in the minutes to come. Pamela.
All right, I want to bring in Charles Ramsey for more on this. I know, Charles, we are expecting to hear from police there in Dallas. There's still a lot of questions. We don't know a motive. How are you looking at this? What questions do you have?
Well, certainly, hopefully we'll get a lot more information as the press conference unfolds. But right now, behind the scenes, what's going on? The shooter is dead. So they've either already identified him or they're in the process of identifying, which will lead to search warrants, a look at his social media footprint. Did he leave anything behind? Trying to determine motive. We know we have 1 dead, 2 detainees shot. Was the intent to shoot detainees, or was it to shoot ICE agents? I mean, we just don't know, whether or not the deceased individual was a detainee as well. So there are an awful lot of unanswered questions. I'm sure the FBI will be involved in this, since it happened at a federal facility along with the Dallas PD. So hopefully I
kind of feel like you get to a certain level of political awareness and just the news, it just becomes embarrassing. It's like being a mathematician who's like doing his multiplication tables. At a certain point, you're just like, who is this for? Who the fuck is this for? A 5-year-old?
Begin to get a picture of what actually took place once the press conference is completed.
Wow, thanks, man.
And we should note that there has been an uptick in attacks on ICE facilities, ICE officials. In fact, there has been over 800% spike when compared to the previous year in terms of assaults on officers. So you have that, plus the fact that this same facility in Dallas had been targeted before with a bomb threat. Are you surprised a gunman was able to get there and get through whatever security there is and carry this out?
Well, from what we know so far, this was apparently a sniper. I don't know how far away the sniper was from the facility itself. The security they had in place there, and probably at ICE facilities and federal facilities for that matter, around the country, are basically protecting the building itself, in and around the building, which doesn't take into account a sniper. We don't know how far the person was, the kind of weapon it was used, obviously probably a rifle of some sort, in order to make a shot. But there are a lot of unanswered questions. But yes, I'm sure that security's been increased. I mean, this is very controversial what ICE is doing right now, but these officers are only doing their jobs, and they're doing it at the direction of the president. So, this is something that's controversial and certainly, unfortunately, not surprising in the current environment we find ourselves in today. But it's unfortunate someone lost their life, whoever that individual is.
And the Vice President, J.D. Vance, just tweeted out, quote, "The obsessive attack on law enforcement, particularly ICE, must stop. I'm praying for everyone hurt in this attack and for their families." Again, at this early stage in the investigation, officials are saying that ICE officials were not injured in this. We know that 2 were shot, 1 was killed. So we're awaiting more details. But given this,
like, we know it wasn't ICE agents. This was posted 5 minutes ago. Why the fuck is this so stupid? Nuremberg 2.0 is going to go so hard. Don't allow yourself to think we're getting Nuremberg 2.0. Don't allow yourself to think we're getting Nuremberg 2.0.
that environment, what should happen moving forward in terms of protecting, as you said, these ICE agents who were just carrying out orders from the president?
Well, I'm sure there's going to be a security assessment done at all federal facilities, but I would argue it goes beyond federal facilities. I mean, political violence in general is taking place in our country, and those high-profile individuals, elected officials, or federal employees and so forth, need to do a threat assessment to make sure that they're taking steps necessary in order to secure themselves. It won't be 100% foolproof, but at least review what you currently are doing to see whether or not there are additional steps, whether you need drones to check rooftops or whatever it might be. I don't know the answer, but I do know that you do need to assess where you are right now and what you may need to do in the future to do all you can to protect the people who work in these facilities.
The gunman is dead, according to officials. So how does that complicate this investigation in terms of identifying a motive?
Well, I mean, he probably left something behind. They've either already identified this individual, or they certainly can identify him through fingerprints and various other means. And they're going through social media posts. They're going through a vehicle, if he drove a vehicle there, all these kinds of things to try to uncover a motive. Sometimes you never do determine a motive. I think in this case, you probably will. He took his own life, probably left something behind. Some of these guys want, the world to know why they did what they did, even though it may not make a lot of sense to us. To them, it makes sense. And so I'd be surprised if eventually they don't uncover a motive in this particular case.
Right. And just to be clear, I'm not sure if we've identified whether the shooter is a male
male or female. So we're just waiting for more details, hopefully, from police there in Dallas. And as we await for officials to come and answer questions, tell us a little bit more about what you would want to ask them if you were there at that press conference.
Well, one question we just talked about, and that is, do you have a motive? Who is the shooter? I mean, do you have an ID? Are you able to share that information? They may not be able to, because in the early stages of an investigation, even if you know who the shooter is, you want time to be able to not only see social media and conduct search warrants, but you want to be able to interview family, friends, all those kinds of things. And once that name is out there, it makes it even more difficult. What kind of weapon did this individual use? How far away was that person?
Okay, well, this was useless. Thanks for wasting our lives. Holy fuck. Look, a Yemeni drone hit. We're literally relying on cops to tell us the motive behind, because the media is useless. How long before they just start? I mean, they already are. I mean, the media, you have to understand, America's media is just repeat what press releases they're given by official sources. And that's that. And that's the end. No further investigation required. Investigating is expensive and you piss people off. Who wants to do that? Just repeat what the cops tell you, and then you can never get in trouble. If somebody else goes and does the hard work of journalism and proves the cops were lying, well, that's not gonna fuck your job. And what are the odds of them actually being able to publish their information? So being lazy, and your career will be pushed by powerful people because you promote obvious lies that benefit them. And now you know why America's fucked. All right, chat. The funniest thing I've ever seen is that AOC made a cartoon in favor of the pro-gerrymandering referendum. An advertisement, excuse me.
We don't back down from a fight. And this November, the fight belongs to you. Donald Trump is redrawing election maps to force through a Congress that only answers to him, not the people. If he gets away with it, all bets are off for our health care, our paychecks, and our freedoms. With Prop 50, we can stop him. Prop 50 levels the playing field and gives power back to the people. Fight for democracy in all 50 states. Yes on 50. California, you.
So here's my reaction to this. Number one, Gavin Newsom is exactly the enemy we want. He's exactly the enemy we want because he's dumb as fuck. And right now, I see a lot of leftists panicking about Gavin Newsom because he got more motion in the polls because he made fun of Trump or whatever. I want you to understand something, chat. Gavin Newsom is the ultimate paper tiger. The moment he gets out there against other Democrats, he's going to fall fucking flat. So the more opportunities he gives to left-wingers to burnish their credentials, fine. But this guy is a fucking loser. And there is no goddamn way he's gonna win anything. But I guess we'll have to see. I mean, California is a shithole. Let's just be completely honest. California is much worse off after 8 years of Gavin Newsom than it was before. I mean, that's just a fact. It's an incontrovertible fact. He's the first California governor, I believe, to see a decline in population. If this is the guy that you are supporting, you're insane. You're actually batshit insane. Now, I've seen a lot of like centrist Dems being like, Gavin Newsom wants to pick AOC as his VP. It is 2025. You people are stupid. You are stupid fucks. We have 3 very long years before we have a Democratic nominee. All right? Shut the fuck up about VP. The word VP should not leave your lips, dumb fuck. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. But what this reveals is Gavin Newsom, he recognizes AOC is very popular in California. And so he's going to use her to push Prop 50. Prop 50 is great. More Prop 50s in every blue state. And I want the districts to be super blue because the bluer they are, the more people we could primary with radical leftists. People only support him because he was the only mainstream Dem that is doing anything to fight back. You could have a pig that does literally anything to fight back and they get votes. But yes, that's exactly the point. People want somebody who's going to fight back against the right. Gavin Newsom, Jimmy Kimmel, the Freedom Ticket. 257 likes. 257 likes. Yo, she was getting 8,000 a month. The super insight, the insight that gets you 8,000 a month from Democratic Party donors. I'm sorry, I don't like Jimmy Kimmel. He's a blubbering little boy. No, thank you. He's always crying when Republicans bully him. Did you see the article arguing against Prop 50? That I agree with this. I agree with this. That being said, I would still support Prop 50 now, but I want this. I agree. We need to. First of all, we shouldn't have single member districts. That's the problem. We used to have at-large voting and shit. That was the shit. That was the fucking shit. Now, at-large districts, that was the fucking shit. Can you imagine you voting for 55 different reps in California? Yo, that would fucking rule, man. Vote for 55. Dude, that would fucking rule. Aaron Partis with Kamala, the CORES program in effect. Guys, I want you to know something. Democrats love right-wing Republicans, man. They love them. Because they're never going to tell them to move left so they can curry favor with Republican donors. Holy shit, man. I have to tell you, at this point in my life, I'm in favor of Democrats losing. Because this is what you get when you vote for a Democrat.
Do Republican leaders on the Hill want that meeting to take place, though? That's
a good Chuck.
There's some reports that right now they don't. Do Republican leaders on the Hill want that meeting to take place, though?
That's a good...
Retire. It's one thing to have like a moldering corpse in power. Like it is one thing to like have that, right? Like I get it. I get having some sort of corpse that you're propping up that's in power and they have their seat and everybody in the community loves them. They've been a rep for 50 years and you know, okay, you wheel them in and they vote with the party and then you wheel them back to the nursing home. You know what? At the end of the day, that's not that bad. But when you vote for that guy to be the leader of the whole fucking operation, that's the Democratic Party. That's the Democratic Party in a nutshell. Holy Chuck Schumer declines to say whether he'll endorse Mamdani. I fucking loser.
You've been asked numerous times if you will endorse Zohran Mamdani for New York City mayor. You always say you're going to continue to talk. There are two key questions here that you haven't answered. One is, will you ever endorse him? And two, what do you need from him to get your endorsement?
Okay. Well, first of all, you know, I know him. We've had a good relationship in the past, and we had a good meeting 2 weeks ago, a very long meeting with a lot of serious questions. And all I can tell you is I'm going to continue talking to him.
What's the holdup?
I got to continue talking to him, and that's what I'm going to do.
Is part of the calculus that if you endorse a Democratic socialist, you're worried it will be damaging to your party, maybe even your chances of winning back the Senate?
I'm going to continue talking to him, Dana.
The most popular politician in America is a self-described Democratic socialist. I mean, it's just the reality. It's just the facts. The most popular active politician who's actually in power is Bernard Sanders nationwide. Like, what are we doing here? What are we doing? What are we doing here? What are we doing here? And by the way, Chuck Schumer knows that, and he could say that. He could be like, nah, I don't think that's why. Bernie Sanders is my most popular member of my caucus, and he's a Democratic socialist, so I don't think that's that. But what he's trying to do here is he's trying to signal to Democratic Party partisans, which are unfortunately a lot of people. There are a lot of people with peasant brain, okay? There's a lot of people who are like, I'm a hunting dog. Send me in, coach. I'll do what you need. I'm in the trenches. There are millions of people out there who put themselves in the position of dirt farmer for Chuck Schumer and the Democratic Party. And they're like, I'm just going to do whatever the elites tell me to do. Unfortunately, there are millions of peasants like that. And so they're looking for signals from the elites like Chuck Schumer about what they should think about Zohran Mamdani. And that's why he's doing this. He's trying to damage Zohran. He's trying to make Democratic Party voters hesitate with Zohran. That's it. He's trying to help the Republicans, literally. There was a video on the Majority Report that's really, really fucking long, but I want to talk about it. Stop denigrating peasants. They help communists win in Russia and China. These people are less than them. So true. So true. I shouldn't call them peasants. Peasants are revolutionary. Peasants are often revolutionary. They're not peasants. They're drones.
The people that show their democracy.
So we were talking about the utter bankruptcy of Democratic leadership. And we know that Joe Biden was a big Matt Iglesias fan. And apparently, many of the Democratic leadership have been looking to Ezra Klein, both in terms of what he writes, but also like literally in person. The word is like a lot of these people call Ezra Klein for advice.
Words of affirmation.
They have big conferences with abundance.
Nobody is asking Ezra Klein for advice. Okay, nobody is going, oh, the guy with the 2.2 GPA who made a blog 20 years ago saying Obama is king. Nobody's looking at that guy going like, oh, please give me your insights, 2.2 GPA guy who speaks softly, who gives off an NPR voice and says, I think what we need to do is be more unsure of ourselves. I think the key for the Democrats is to be more navel-gazy. I think they need to surrender more. Nobody's listening to that guy for advice. They are promoting him because he's a fucking slug. He is a worm. He's a fucking loser who does exactly what he's told. That's why he's in the seat that he's in. There's a reason why Nick Fuentes gets more promotion than Hasanabi, because they don't want somebody who's authentically representing the interests of the working class to have any influence. If the media could stop you, they will.
Funded things.
Why the low GPA hate? Because this is supposed to be a meritocracy, right? You want your intellectuals to actually, I don't know, pass the tests. It's supposed to be a meritocracy to get yourself in the paper of record, the New York Times. Meanwhile, if you're a 2.2 GPA banana slug guy, as long as you say Democrat Party leadership good, you're in the New York fucking Times.
And again, we talked about this the other day in this same interview with Ross Dothout about his description of what's going
wrong
on
with Santa Cruz. Nothing. It's a great school, and a lot of really great people come out of it. But there's a reason why those people are not writing for the New York Times, and it isn't their academic credentials. It's the fact that they are normal human beings and not soulless goons.
On in the Democratic, like interacine sort of center-left arguments. It's really just, even within the context of the Democratic Party, he mischaracterized one side of it. It's not just a question of like oligarchs and big money goes away and everything gets fine. It's obviously like that is just a major obstacle to things, to government actually doing things.
The major obstacle. And by the way, this was like what liberals were saying. Like, I mean, this was very, very standard boilerplate liberal conversation here. The fact that he's redirecting it away from that in this time period is sus, to say the least.
And listen, when he's going to go and describe about doing something different, now let me tell you, there has not been, and I've been following this only for about 21 years professionally, but I've been following politics probably for closer to 40 years, rather intently. There has never, ever, ever in those 40 years been a time where the left controlled what candidates are nurtured, recruited, promoted within the context of primaries or, frankly, in any state. There's never been a time. There may have been times where, like, the grassroots overcame the establishment or Democratic leadership, but there has never been a time where the left chose candidates, particularly in red states. It's just, I'm sorry, we don't have the equivalent of what happened with the Tea Party, where the Tea Party had these like sort of far out, like, Christine O'Donnell, like whatever her name is, like, I'm not a witch candidate. And it went down in flames. When you look at the biggest failures of Democratic challengers to Republicans, if you look up in Maine for the past two cycles, those candidates were not picked by the left. They were down the road, moderate, Democratic, DCCC or Senate picks. If you look at like, I don't know, Texas, or you look at like wherever you want to look, it is not the left that is picking these candidates. But in Ezra Klein's world, it is. And we have to change that. And we have to change it back to the way that it already is. We saw this in Kentucky. I mean,
this is exactly the point. That's why Build Back Better. They're trying to say, oh, man, look at Build Back Better. The bipartisan infrastructure bill was a disaster for the Democrats. I can't believe the progressives did the bipartisan infrastructure bill. It was the bill of fucking the right wing. It was the bill of Joe Manchin. It was the bill of Joe Biden. It was the bill fucking Mitch McConnell. And they're trying to claim it was the left.
Like, here's
a comparison between Hassan's YouTube and Ezra. Since the start of Ezra's channel, he's gotten 50 million views versus Hassan, who's gotten 218 million. You have to understand the difference between Ezra Klein and Hassan Abi is Ezra Klein is being pushed by the algorithm intentionally. They juice the fuck out of that show, but it's unwatchable.
Listen.
Political violence of that kind is fundamentally immoral and catastrophically ineffective. I don't find this to be a hard line to hold.
No, I don't imagine that you do.
And the stakes of politics are almost always incredibly high. I think they happen to be high.
High at all. That's why Democrats don't win. Democrats don't win because the stakes of politics are not high to the average person. They think both parties are the same and the status quo is going to continue and it's going to continue to be rigged against me. Now, it is actually high, which is why I'm in this fucking game in the first place, because I actually understand how high the stakes really are. But to the average person, when the Democratic Party wins, their lives do not get better. Period.
Now, and I do think a lot of what is happening in terms of the structure of the system itself is dangerous. I think that
all right, pause it for a second.
Is late.
Pause it for a second. Now, what he's setting up here is he's pivoting from talk of the political violence into like, we are living in an extraordinary time. The threat of losing the midterm elections, the danger posed by it is extraordinary. And so we must take extraordinary steps. And you're not going to believe it, but his extraordinary steps are almost identical to the steps that we've been taking.
And we would agree on that premise. That this is existential. And this is why what he's saying here has to be vociferously opposed and rooted out of the Democratic Party, root and stem.
Okay, well, if we're going to root it out, Emma, I don't want to hear vote blue no matter who anymore. I don't want to hear vote blue no matter who anymore. If we're going to root it out, we have to root it out. They're not doing vote blue no matter who to Zoran. I'm not doing vote blue no matter who to a centrist. I'm sorry. I even had a debate with Sam Cedar twice about this topic. Are you guys on board with me yet?
Because he is proposing the same repackaged dog shit that has lost us these elections and gotten us to this point.
Vichy capitulation.
Go ahead.
In many ways. And that a lot of the people who embrace alarm don't embrace, I think, obviously follows from that alarm, which is the willingness to make strategic and political decisions you find personally discomforting, even though they are obviously more likely to help you win.
Pause it. Okay, this is very clear. The way that this guy argues is all in the adverbs and the adjectives. Obviously clear. It naturally follows.
Yep.
No, that is not the case. There is absolutely nothing obvious about what he is saying, because we have time and time again historically seen that what he's about to offer that is so obvious. Now, I agree with the idea that, yes, you need to do things that make you feel uncomfortable. But ask yourself, when you look at like who is going to win the mayoralty in New York. I understand New York is not, you can't transplant New York to, Ohio but look at who is not making the uncomfortable decisions. It is the Democratic leadership. Yeah. And they're going down with the ship.
Right.
Okay. So I just want to set this up because everything he's like, this is obvious. Everything is obvious. He's saying, this is obvious. This is obvious. He is trying to paint the people who are going to disagree with what he's about to say and suggest as so ideologically captured that they can't think rationally.
over emotional, morally pluralistic, that kind of thing. Like,
Yes.
it's not framed, to your point, as uncomfortable to not endorse a guy who's Muslim, who is associated with DSA.
What he's
Wants to arrest
what he's
Netanyahu.
about to say here is this is so obvious, he's going to say, but the problem is an emotional problem. Go ahead.
And political decisions you find personally discomforting, even though they are obviously more likely to help you win, right? Taking political positions that'll make it more likely to win Senate seats in Kansas and Ohio and Missouri. Trying to open your coalition to people you didn't want it open to before, running pro-life Democrats. And one of my biggest frustrations with many people whose politics I otherwise share is the unwillingness to match the seriousness of your politics.
So I want you to understand something about this man, is that he is probably one of the most cowardly, dumb rats who's ever existed. New polling of Democrats. Have you heard of abundance? 12% yes. Okay, chat, if you have heard of abundance, you are in the top 10% of political knowledge in this country among Democrats. Now, I have always told you this. The number one thing you need to learn about politics is that you are weird. And I don't mean that as an insult. I mean that as a compliment. Stay weird, okay? You fucking rule. But you are an unusual person. Only 10% of the electorate, max, is actually what you would really call ideological. If you're having conversations with people that are comfortable talking about ideology, you are talking to weirdos, and they are not people that are in touch with the rest of society. So that's why I don't have that's why I don't give ultras that much attention, other than to say they're not very good at politics. All right. If you're like looking at the country and going, Bernie Sanders is too far right, you're off the deep end. Not because I don't agree with you. I do agree with you. But the masses don't. The masses aren't there yet. And if you want the masses to agree with you, attacking Bernie Sanders isn't the way. Organizing them is. Making them politically conscious is. And the way to get people politically conscious is to give them something to fight for that they can believe in. That's the only difference between me and people who consider themselves ultra leftists. Is they think that the best way to increase class consciousness is to ruthlessly critique all groups and all organizations and not participate in any of them. And I will tell you, it does not work. He's always trying to sound profound. That's his entire fucking grift. His entire grift is acting like a smug loser. He's a teacher's pet.
To the seriousness of your alarm.
Okay, now right there. Okay, honestly, that is, I don't get offended too often, but the idea that his politics are more serious, that he has, that what people who don't...
His politics are serious, guys. Supporting Joe Biden until it was very clear that he lost. The fuck? Shut the fuck up. Let's support Joe Biden until he loses the debate to Trump and then go, well, I guess we have to force Kamala Harris down everybody's throat. Wow, what a serious politician he is.
First of all, in Kansas, Ohio, and Missouri, abortion rights won in every voter referendum in those three states.
It's outrunning Democrats.
Outrunning Democrats. If you feel that way, you are not serious. This is literally adopted from David Broder. This is, not only is this all of what he's doing a complete retread from 20 years ago, you will also notice that Hillary Clinton in 2004, in the run-up to that election, and in the wake of that election, we need to not be so uptight about abortion rights. I'm not making this up. Go Google it. They've tried this before. They're doing the exact same play again. And they're telling you, if you have a different analysis of what will work, you're not serious. I don't even have to debate this with you. You're just not serious. You're being a child.
But
you're being a child.
But you're being a child. You mentioned
you're not being serious.
I know I'm not being serious. You mentioned Iglesias earlier. This is the popularism thing that he focused on. The idea that Democrats should orient their politics around what currently polls as popular. This was the impetus behind the throwing of immigrants under the bus and supporting things like the Lake and Riley Act and trans people. And that has not worked. But you'll notice. I'm sorry. You'll notice that there's one issue. There's one issue here. Ezra Klein and Iglesias are not touching this when they're talking about taking uncomfortable positions in favor of what's popular that will get you elected. They'll throw trans people, abortion under the bus, women's rights. Seriously? The only electoral successes that you've had in the Trump era have been based on abortion rights, basically. They won't change on the issue of arming Israel. We had a win with the Congressional Progressive Caucus endorsing blocking arms sales. And that's big. And it's that when political change is going to happen on this front, having Democrats in office is important because we are a part of that coalition. But Ezra Klein still has not called for an arms embargo on Israel, despite the fact that only 25% of independents support Israel's military action in Gaza. So that's that whole majority that is against it. And then over 90% of the Democratic base that is against it, per the Gallup poll last month.
And younger evangelicals.
Even then. So this is the issue that they're looking for, too, where we're talking about.
And by the way, chat, here's the thing. Here's what I want you to understand. Stop talking to Ezra Klein. Stop talking to Chuck Schumer. Stop talking at these people. They don't give a fuck what you say. The only thing you could do is turn them out on their ass. We need to find ourselves 100 Democratic primary challengers to run on Gaza. That is what we need to do. We need to find 100 pro-Gaza, anti-genocide candidates and challenge every single AIPAC fucking shill. We need to make taking AIPAC money dangerous for a Democrat. That's what we actually need to do. We need to get together and we need to set up a program, the anti-AIPAC program. Now, honestly, God damn it. How did Ezra become relevant in the first place? I already told you this, but basically he started a blog back when blogs were new, and it was this Suck Off Obama blog. And it got popular because the mainstream Democratic Party was promoting Hillary Clinton. And so there was a huge hunger for pro-Obama people. And he was not a very bright guy ever.
About taxing the rich, of course. How do you identify with voters and show that you are not bought? It's this issue. And it's across, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, anti-Semitic, not somebody that I like. But it's not a coincidence that she's the only Republican speaking out about this. And she gets the highest percentage of small dollar donations of anyone in the party. And the other two people that are in that high percentage are AOC and Bernie Sanders. So it's a substitute for folks, not as some of the ideological lines get a little blurrier. How do you cut across? How do you get your message across, as we've been talking about? This is the issue. You show voters that you are not bought on this issue. And Ezra is paid millions of dollars, I don't doubt, or has made millions of dollars through his books or whatever. And he is avoiding that fact on purpose and throwing women in red states under the bus in the process.
His buddy David Shore tweeted out, I don't know, some time ago in 2024, the share of voters who support a woman's right to get an abortion, quote, for any reason if she wants one, continued to increase in 2024 to 58%. 12 years ago, it was 42%. To ignore.
Okay, I need to actually look at these candidates before I endorse them, chat. I want to, here's what we need to do. Here's a project we actually need to do. We need to build an organization with some politically astute people and starts to try to recruit people at every district, and that builds a program to help as much money to make as many of these candidates viable as possible.
Funding Israel and to pick abortion is...
Unfortunately, DSA National doesn't seem to want to do that, which unfortunate.
Most unserious thing that one could possibly imagine by someone who follows politics today. You talk about unserious. This is someone who has literally been just sort of either steeped around people who do not challenge his premises at all. because I just don't know how a serious analysis of politics could lead you to believe that abortion rights in this era is the best way to attract red state voters as opposed to not funding Israel. It's just, I'm sorry, that is the definition of unserious.
Looking at, Revolving Door Project, who's behind Abundance, the Welcome Fest, Abundance Fest, Reid Hoffman, Michael Bloomberg, who, as we talked about earlier, donated to Andrew Cuomo. These are it's not just incompetence. They are literally.
What we need is we need to set up something where I need to assign someone to just look for the candidates. Because we're now getting to that point where people are starting to launch their campaigns. And I don't think I could be a recruiter for the country, but certainly we could try to find a bunch of people that could go a lot of farther with a little bit of help.
Literally just knocking off issues that they can of marginalized people, of fundamental rights that they can just throw under the bus in order to avoid two topics. One, funding the genocide in Gaza, and two, taxing the rich. And both of these issues, I think, connect because people do not feel, as the Democratic Party tries to talk about democracy, there is no democratic connection that people feel with our government right now. And it's indicative in the Israel issue. It's happening on people's phones, and people don't understand why, right? How is this still going on? It's been 2 years of this brutality. How is this still going on? The people that show they're democratically responsive are the ones that can make change.
It has to be a little bit more serious than a Discord channel.
And show voters
like a curated database of candidates. Exactly.
You can stand up to big money interests. That is where we're at right now. And Ezra is trying to avoid that very topic.
Speaking of avoidance and being serious, has Ezra addressed Ta-Nehisi Coates' public intellectual standing, calling him out for basically doing modern lost causism with regards to Charlie Kirk, or is he just moving on to talking with other Republicans?
Don't know.
Great piece by Coates. And
would probably address that, Ezra. It's gonna haunt you, the things you said about Netanyahu.
It is fascinating to watch. I mean, this is a guy who, well, maybe I'll save this story for another time, but I will tell that story.
I'm curious.
It's a legit story. It is indicative of this, but the copying of David Broder, I used to and people can go back and look at who he was. But
Sniper was anti-ICE. His
clear.
bullets had anti-ICE messages. It was supposed to be an attack on ICE, not migrants. Except that's not what they said. It could. By the way, anti-ICE could be ICE is too gentle to the migrants. You know what I mean? You could say ICE is not going hard enough against the migrants. That would be an anti-ICE message too. Unless you show me what the messages are, I don't trust your characterizations. We already learned this from the shooter of Charlie Kirk when they were saying he had leftist messages on his bullets, which he did not. Unless you tell me what the messages are, I don't believe you.
Law enforcement this time today for the families of the folks in the department, partners, do their and continues to be.
I don't give a fuck about this guy.
The investigation itself, and with that, Chief Como, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Today at approximately 6:40 a.m., we received a assist the officer call. We responded to the call, got to the scene, and we later learned that we had 4 individuals that were shot, 2 of them deceased, including the shooter. The DPD was able to locate the shooter who was deceased. We're going to be working this investigation shoulder to shoulder with our federal partners. The FBI is on scene, and right now I'm going to introduce you to the SAC of the Dallas Field Division, FBI Joe Rumrock.
Man, my little sister disrespectful as shit, man.
My name's Joe Rothrock. I'm the special agent in charge of the Dallas FBI field office. I want to first start by thanking our partners in local law enforcement, specifically the Dallas Police Department, for their quick and timely response. I can confirm at this time that the FBI is investigating this incident as an act of targeted violence. It is unfortunately just the most recent example we've seen of targeted violence. To include here in North Texas, where back on July 4th, we saw a coordinated attack carried out against an immigration detention center in Alvarado, Texas. What I can also share with you is that early evidence that we've seen from rounds that were found near the suspected shooter contain messages that are anti-ICE in nature. Again, this is just the most recent example of this type of attack. This will be a whole of government response. There will be no resource not utilized to bring all those individuals who are responsible to bring them to justice and to hold them accountable. While we're not releasing identities of any victims at this time, what I can confirm for you is no members of law enforcement were hurt during this attack.
Okay, so the guy shot migrants then. He shot detainees. He shot people walking around in fucking detainee. Like, come on, let's go. What's the evidence?
If any member of the public has information that would help the FBI's investigation, I would ask that you please report that.
Did they get the shooter or is he a free?
To 1-800-CALL-FBI. Again, any piece of information will be helpful, but this will be an ongoing investigation between us, a number of federal partners.
Oh, he killed himself? I missed that.
I
missed that he killed himself. Sorry,
again, to ensure that anyone responsible is held accountable. With that, I will turn it over to my counterpart from the ICE Enforcement and Removal Office.
Good morning. My name is Joshua Johnson. I'm the acting field office director for ICE Dallas. I'll be brief with my comments, but I do want to start off by saying thank you to the Dallas Police Department, Dallas FBI.
Sorry, Chad, I was distracted.
CBP, ETF, and virtually every law enforcement officer in North Texas for your support. This is the second time I've had to stand in front of you and talk about a shooter at one of my facilities, and I think that
freedom.
The takeaway from all of this is that the rhetoric has to stop. There are people out there who are seeing what is being placed online, and they're coming and they're doing acts of violence against ICE employees.
Do you see what ICE is posting online? This is the most planted ass shit I've ever seen in my life. This is the most, I'm sorry, chat, but this is the most planted ass shit I've ever seen in my life. It's still at a stripper clip? Yo, come on. So
that's kind of all I have for today, is that it's just got to stop. It's dangerous, and people are losing their lives. Thank you.
Thank you all so much for coming. We really appreciate it. Again, thank you all so much. As it was said here today, if you do have any information, reach out to 1-800-CALL-FBI. Thank you. Thank you.
This needs to stop. Violence is wrong. Politically motivated violence is wrong. It was 2 weeks ago today that we saw a political assassination in Utah that tore the heart out of much of this country. This is the third shooting in Texas directed at ICE or CBP. This must stop. To every politician who is using rhetoric demonizing ICE and demonizing CBP, stop. To every politician demanding that ICE agents be doxxed and calling for people to go after their families, stop. This has very real consequences. Look, in America, we disagree. That's fine. That's the democratic process. But your political opponents are not Nazis. We need to learn to work together without demonizing each other, without attacking each other. And I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you to the brave men and women of law enforcement. I want to say thank you to the brave men and women of ICE and CBP and everyone who puts their lives on the line to keep us safe. The divisive rhetoric tragically has real consequences. I hope that every one of us will pray, number one, for the safety of law enforcement that are risking their lives to keep us safe.
Excuse me.
Number two, for the health of those who were shot and injured today. We still don't know the full details of who was injured, but for the families also of the victims of this shooting. Violence has no place. It is wrong. And we should come together. If we want to have a debate about immigration policies, we can do so in the halls of Congress without...
It's very odd to have like ICE posting how they're going to kidnap people and put them in shackles and calling them subhuman and posting memes and then say, oh, we need to lower the rhetoric on all sides. You know, having ICE agents drive around cities fully masked to conceal their identities, grabbing Americans off the street, abusing Americans based on their race, and then say, oh, we need to lower the temperature. How about you stop abusing our constitutional rights? Like, that's what's causing the temperature to go up, man. Stop abusing people. Now, obviously, violence targeting ICE, taking matters into your own hands is never the right call. We totally condemn it, chat. We condom hummus here, all right? Whenever we're condemning something, we condom hummus. Come on, man. Come on. You're the machine gun bacon guy. Whenever I think of Ted Cruz, it's this.
There are few things I enjoy more than on weekends cooking breakfast with the family. Of course, in Texas, we cook bacon a little differently than most folks.
There's grease coming down. All right, let's see if we've got some bacon. All right.
Gunpowder residue, lead,
Machine gun bacon.
All right, so when I see this face, chat, this is all I can hear. This is all I hear in my head. And I can show you this clip because I'm not saying it. Caleb is.
I'll say, I'm not identifying their sexuality necessarily. When I say that they're being I don't necessarily mean that they're closeted.
Okay,
it's a squares and rectangles situation.
Got it.
Some of them are probably also closeted, like Lindsey Graham.
Okay.
Ness to me is the performance of masculinity and uprightness and conservativeness and family values that is so clearly put on. The performance of Butch with a lot of these guys to me is just it's coming from a place of, these are guys that every man I grew up with would have shoved into a locker. JD Vance, putting on a flannel shirt that you clearly just got from LL Bean and rolling the sleeves and giving a stump speech on a hay bale when you went to Yale and Harvard, to me that's a little faggy.
Wow.
It's drag.
Okay, got it. I understand where you're coming from now, more than before.
More than before. I'll say, I'm not identifying their sexuality necessarily.
Machine gun bacon.
And crispy, it's just the way I like it.
I bet it's how you like it. He likes it all oily and crispy and hard. All right,
each other, and especially without demonizing the men and women who every day put on a badge and go risk their lives to keep us safe. And we should not be putting language out there that inspires madmen to commit evil crimes. Our prayers are with the men and women of law enforcement, and we ought to come together and have some...
They weren't hit! Why are you saying prayers for them? They didn't get shot at! This is like when Uvalde happened and the cops hid while children were murdered and everyone was talking about how brave they are while they're all cowering. They're cowering in a corner!
Decency across the political aisle to say this violence is wrong and it needs to stop.
Senator, have you been told that immigrant detainees were the victims of today's shooting?
My understanding is the details of who the victims are still being ascertained, so I don't want to go ahead of law enforcement releasing these details. What they have said is that no law enforcement was injured, and so that's a natural inference, but I don't know the details.
Special Agent, can you talk a little bit about some of the evidence you mentioned earlier? Just for clarity, I think there's going to be a lot of questions. Our understanding is that some of the shell casings
So I'm not going to go into any more details at this time. We will come back to you when we have more details to share. Again, our goal here will be transparency as those details become available. But we are still in the early stages of an investigation. Information is still coming in. When we have more details, we will come back to this group. I'm not going to be identifying victims at this time. The only thing I will confirm at this time is no law enforcement was injured. Certainly you can respect law enforcement's need to make notifications. At this point in time, we're not going to take any additional questions from law enforcement. Again, I'd ask for you to respect the fact that this is an ongoing investigation. And as more details come available...
We're not asking for the names of the victims.
I understand.
In a general sense, if the victims are the detainees...
The only thing I can say right now is no law enforcement was injured this morning as part of the attack. I won't be taking any more questions, neither will law enforcement this time. We'll come back to you later today or in the coming days when we have additional information. Thank you for your time.
Thank you all.
We've just been watching officials there in Dallas giving an update on a deadly shooting at an ICE facility. They are calling this an act of targeted violence, saying that they found messages on the rounds near the shooter with anti-ICE messaging on them. They say the shooter is dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. And earlier, the ICE director told me that he had shot from a sniper position. That suspect had shot from a sniper position. I want to go to our chief investigative correspondent, Aaron Katursky, for more on this. Aaron, I wanted to wait to get to you on the body count here because what the ICE statement is saying is a little different than what we just heard there. So can you clarify that?
And what we believe occurred is 3 individuals were shot, 2 of them fatally, and the shooter was subsequently found dead, it's believed, of a self-inflicted gunshot after trading fire with law enforcement responders. So in total, 4 people were shot, as you heard the Dallas police chief say, 3 victims and the shooter. We know the shooter is dead. 2 of the victims are believed to be dead. The authorities still would not say whether they were detainees, but they did say that no law enforcement officers were hurt in this, and multiple law enforcement sources have told us, Diane, that it was detainees that were shot in Dallas today.
And we heard the ICE field director saying the rhetoric here has to stop. I want to bring in FBI agent Brad Garrett for a little bit more on. Brad, what do you make of the messaging here and the fact that they won't say yet if these victims were detainees or perhaps other ICE employees?
So if you go back to what the acting director said to you and I, Diane, and Aaron a few minutes ago, the comment about trustees, maybe folks that are still in the immigration process, but they're trusted folks that may have on different clothing just to separate them from the detainees. I mean, assuming for a second that the shooter had a clarity of who he was shooting, it would be pretty obvious, typically, if a van pulls up and people step out of it and they've got on shackles, that they are the folks that got arrested. If you have people that, A, aren't law enforcement, but B, actually are sort of contractors, for lack of better terms, for ICE, maybe that's who got shot. There's something in between here. I don't think they're not telling us the truth. They're just not providing clarity as to exactly who got shot. And so we'll see. That'll probably come out, I would think, later today. If you combine that with what they just gave us about anti-ICE comments on the bullets, now, who does that sound like from 2 weeks ago? That this person was angry at ICE, not the immigrants.
Okay, we don't have any evidence of this. Again, they're just spreading the narrative. They're just spreading the narrative. This guy wasn't there. Why is he being asked to comment? He hasn't reviewed the evidence. What the fuck is happening? What is going on with the media? Like, if I did something like this, people would call me a fucking disinformation expert. Or disinformation spreader, excuse me. What the fuck? Like, come on. The guy just dropped a stripper clip on the ground that says anti-ICE with a blue pen. And it just so happens to be turned perfectly in the direction of the camera. Man, it was really good luck that that fell face up, huh? Come on, 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 come on. There is a line in Andor. There's a line in Andor where they say they don't even try to lie anymore. They don't even try to make the lies good anymore, which is the ultimate insult. That's the final humiliation, is they don't even bother to lie anymore. And the media is just going to repeat the lies. One of my favorite things about Andor is they don't pretend journalists are worthwhile. In Andor, journalists are just manipulated opportunists who repeat the fucking story that the Empire wants. Cable news is 100% in the pocket of the Empire. They show the fucking fascist mom watching their equivalent of Fox News. Nobody's like, oh, we need a gumshoe to expose the Empire's crimes. There's a really impactful scene of Andor where the genocide is starting and they're shooting down peaceful protesters. And then some of the resistance movement starts fighting back. Fundamentally, this is very general. I mean, it's the Empire. Like, they do evil shit. But just, if you haven't seen it, it's so clearly talking about Gaza. It's insane. I can't believe they got away with it, to be honest with you. By the way, guys, the one centrist Republican was convicted.
A verdict has been reached in the trial of the man accused of trying to kill President Trump at his Florida golf course last year. Ryan Ruth has been found guilty on all charges against him.
CNN's Randy Kay is covering this for us. Also with us, former Deputy Assistant Attorney General Tom Dupree. Randy, let's start with you. You were in the courtroom. Tell us what happened.
Well, he was found guilty on all 5 charges that he was facing. That was attempted assassination of a major presidential candidate. That would have been Donald Trump last year when he was running for president at Trump International Golf Club where this occurred, possession of a firearm in furtherance of a crime of violence, assaulting a federal officer, felon in possession of a firearm and ammunition, and possession of a firearm with an obliterated serial number. So those are all 5 counts, all found guilty in just a matter of a couple of hours by this jury after 38 witnesses presented by the prosecution. I was watching Ryan Ruth as this jury was read. He was taking notes. He did not have much of a reaction after delivering his closing arguments today. That lasted about an hour, trying to show that there was no intent on his part to kill Donald Trump. That's what this really hinged on for both sides, apparently. The prosecution today trying to prove that there was intent, but they also said that a shot did not have to be fired. Per the law, a shot does not have to be fired for them to prove intent. So the jury obviously felt that there was intent. They listed the evidence that they believed proved intent, such as various license plates in the car, the weapon at the scene, cell phone records that show he spent one day 16 hours at Trump International Golf Club surveying the area. But Ryan Ruth said that it was never going to happen. He told the jury that the defendant's heart was not in it. And he said the prime opportunity was there for the defendant to shoot the president, and the trigger was never pulled. So now we are waiting to get some sentencing guidelines from the judge. And once that happens, we will get a sentencing date. But once again, Ryan Ruth, 59-year-old Ryan Ruth, found guilty on all 5 federal charges he was facing in the attempted assassination of President Donald Trump at his golf course last year in West Palm Beach, Florida.
And Tom Dupree also joins the conversation, former Deputy Assistant AG. Tom, your reaction to this outcome?
Well, it's not surprising at all. Frankly, the only surprising thing is it took the jury a few hours to reach its verdict. Look, he had absolutely no defense. This was not a case of they got the wrong guy or mistaken identity. And his argument that he lacked the intent to shoot President Trump simply doesn't hold water legally or factually. He also made, in my view, the supremely ill-advised decision to represent himself at trial. Over the course of this trial, there were days, frankly, that bordered on farce as he was asking witnesses questions and making arguments that were simply incoherent and certainly did not help his case. So again, a very unsurprising verdict.
What a goat,
Prosecutors
dude.
had the facts.
What a goat.
The law was
What
on
a
their
goat.
side.
What a goat.
Doesn't surprise
What a
me at all
goat.
that the jury rendered a verdict of guilty.
What a fucking goat, dude. Honestly, what a goat. You know, that's so fun. You're right. What a goat. Least unhinged pro-NATO guy.
on all counts.
Yeah, Tom, can we go a little bit more into that? Because, again, reading some of the reports that Randy has been filing from the court, to your point, it's been pretty remarkable.
Do I invest in the stock market? Do you participate? I don't have anything against investing in general in the stock market because you have to do that to survive. That being said, I just feel like we're about to enter a depression. I don't know. I maybe, again, I felt this way for a year now, and it hasn't happened, so what the fuck do I know? It just feels like shit is about to crash. AI is a complete bubble. No one's making any money. Real estate had the worst year since, like, the number of transactions in real estate is at like a record low. They cut interest rates and the interest rates didn't go down. Like, the economy seems very cooked. MIT report 95% of generative AI pilots at companies are failing. Because it's useless. I mean, like, listen, I'm not saying that AI, in my mind, occupies the same space as basically a search engine. The way that people use AI is like a search engine. And so the problem, though, is that when you had a search engine, you were going to things that were actually written by a human being, and there was an institution there, and you could evaluate that institution for the trustworthiness. But now the AI combines all forms of slop into one undifferentiated mass, so it's hard to like really confirm the quality of what you're seeing. I feel like AI is, I mean, maybe it could help with like some simple forms of coding and things like that, and making like relatively low quality like generated videos that have a kind of like boomer value of like kind of chuckling. But I haven't seen any AI use that really blows me out of the water. Nothing compared to like what I experienced when I saw the internet for the first time.
Listening to Ryan Ruth try and defend himself, did any of the arguments that he was trying to make in court, I mean, clearly it didn't resonate with the jury, but did it seem like he had any chance when he was saying things like, well, maybe I wasn't going to shoot the president because I didn't have the right scope or something along those lines? Talk to me about that.
Sure. Well, look, I think about 80% of the arguments he was making were completely incoherent, didn't help him at all. There was certain arguments he was making that, you know, in a different case on different facts could have had persuasive force. In other words, the argument that he simply lacked the intent because he didn't fire a shot, again, not persuasive, not supported by the facts, but, you know, is at least somewhat coherent. So there were moments, I think, of coherence in what he was arguing. And, you know, he tried to articulate the concept that, well, he never really had an intent. He wasn't really going to do it. Therefore, how can you convict him? Again, not persuasive to this jury, not supported by the facts. But again, in my view, he really didn't have much defense at all.
All right, Tom Dupree and Randy Kay, thank you both for breaking all that down, that breaking news again about Ryan Ruth found guilty on all counts of trying to assassinate then candidate Trump.
Tencent's latest common China W. Oh, 3D asset generation with AI? Okay, this actually seems a little bit insane. Oh, interesting. That definitely seems like it could serve a function, but creativity is being commodified, and it makes it really shit. Oh, by the way, chat, Joe Rogan attacked Trump over Jimmy Kimmel. This is so funny.
Lots to discuss with NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba, NBC News Entertainment correspondent Chloe Melas, media reporter and founder of Status, Oliver Darcy, and senior reporter for The Bulwark, Will Sommer. So, guys, it has been quite some time.
Oh, my fucking God! I'm sorry for fucking losing my mind. The goddamn centrist Republican website, The Bulwark, gets so much promotion on MSNBC. It's fucking crazy. Jesus Christ. Every fucking show is Bulwark. Oh my God.
A late-night monologue has arrived with such significant political and cultural implications. Chloe, how did Jimmy Kimmel sort of thread the needle or...
Okay, I don't give a shit. Can we watch the Jimmy Kimmel thing ourselves? I don't care about these people. I don't give a fuck about this. Okay, thank you, God, Jesus. No, I don't want... Can we get a video, please? 28 minutes. Oh, God.
Breaking news on Jimmy Kimmel and autism.
Jimmy Kimmel coming back to late night television.
ABC chose to bring back their low rating
time hosts. We are in for a monologue that will be a marker in late night show history.
It's going to be in the moment.
Yeah, no question. A huge moment in American history.
Listen. I need you to not do the thing where just because libs agree with you, where you start going like, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe libs are agreeing with me. I know. I have that same instinct.
One of the most pivotal moments in broadcast history.
He will be delivering what is being dubbed the most anticipated monologue in late night in years.
Maybe we should change? Yeah.
From Hollywood, it's Jimmy Kimmel Live. Tonight, Glenn Powell and music from Sarah McLachlan with Cleto and the Cletones. And now, Jimmy Kimmel.
I think one of the things that a lot of people need to understand is that this is really a reaction to beating Trump. And a lot of people are not politically aware at your level. This is something that you really need to get okay with. Because if I acted like you guys act, I would be the most insufferable asshole on the planet. And I'm already pretty bad. All right? Like, I talk to other people who are in DSA and I'm like holding my tongue. Okay? Like, please. Just because you can look down on some people doesn't mean that you should be a smug asshole, okay? These are people reacting to Donald Trump taking an L. That is fertile ground for us. And if all you could do is be a party pooper, you're going to be a gadfly loser that no one likes. This is something that you have to fight against. A lot of the times I'm a gadfly. That's because it's warranted. A lot of the times you need to be shitting on, but you need to shit on the people that are in power. You need to shit on the Democratic establishment. You don't want to shit on regular lib people. Those are your recruits. Those are the people you radicalize. This is a very basic fucking idea. Dude Control, thanks for the 5 tier ones. I hate these shows and I hate these lib people. They're there because they have dog shit politics. All right? They don't have a leftist late night host, obviously.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Anyway, as I was saying before I was interrupted, if you're just joining us, we are preempting your regularly scheduled encore episode of Celebrity Family Feud to bring you this special report. I'm happy to be here tonight with you. I'm not sure who had a weirder 48 hours, me or the CEO of Tylenol. It's been overwhelming. I've heard from a lot of people over the last 6 days. I've heard from all the people in the world over the last 6 days. Everyone I have ever met has reached out 10 or 11 times. Weird characters from my past are the guy who fired me from my first radio job in Seattle, where we are not airing tonight, by the way. Sorry, Seattle. His name is Larry. In 1989, Larry tried to force me to do a bit called Jokes for Donuts, where people would call in with a joke and I would give them donuts. I refused to do it, and then I made a lot of fun of Larry for suggesting it, and eventually Larry fired me, and I had to move back in with my parents. But even he wrote in to cheer me up. Thank you.
Not Badfly, Gadfly.
Larry, and I want to thank...
Listen, I believe in speaking truth to power, but I also understand that there's different audiences and different types of people. If you're meeting an actual dyed-in-the-wool liberal person, like Jimmy Kimmel is one of those people, well, then you can pour all sorts of disdain on them and shit on them all you want. But when you're talking about the great masses of people, that's a different audience. Those are the people to have conversations with of mutual respect and where you try to plant seeds and you are approachable and intelligent. That's how you want to towards your family. I mean, honestly, that's how I try to be. I try to have conversation with my family where they can talk to me, although even I have trouble not occasionally getting a little bit heated. But you need to be someone that is approachable, that people can talk to, that is not seen as somebody on a soapbox, but rather someone who's thoughtful and engaging and interesting. You know, you need to understand when you're preaching and when you are evangelizing, and those are different strategies, different approaches. Start thinking and acting with intentionality.
Everyone who checked in, it would take all week to list all of them, but some that I do especially want to mention are my fellow late night talk show hosts, my friend Stephen Colbert, who's found himself in this predicament, my friends Jon Stewart, Seth Meyers, Jimmy Fallon, John Oliver, Conan O'Brien, James Corden, Arsenio, Kathy, Wanda, Chelsea, even Jay reached out. I heard from late night hosts in other countries, from Ireland and from Germany. The guy in Germany offered me a job. Can you imagine? This country has become so authoritarian. The Germans are like, come here. Come loose.
They're about to elect their Nazi party, so I probably don't think Germany's not the strat.
My boyhood idols, Howard Stern and David Letterman, were very considerate and kind, and I feel...
Is John Oliver a social democrat or lib left? John Oliver is a mainstream liberal. Oh, no. John Oliver? Oh, okay. Sorry. No, John Oliver is lib left. Maybe social democrat. No, I could... he's on the border between libs, social liberal, and social democrat. I would probably put him in the soft social democrat. The problem with somebody like John Oliver is that he doesn't know enough about public policy to actually propose a real leftist alternative, which is a big problem with most left-wingers in this country. Even people that consider themselves socialist, they don't even really have a socialist program. They don't know what a socialist program would even look like. Like, a lot of people who call themselves socialists don't recognize that Medicare for all is a moderate position. Like, Medicare for all is the moderate position on healthcare. It's not the leftist position. We're already pre-compromising with Medicare for all.
I'm honored to be part of a group of people that knows what goes into doing a show like this. And I also want to thank all of you.
Colbert is the most right-wing of the three that
you mentioned. Who supported our show, cared enough to do something about it, to make your voices heard so that mine could be heard. I will never forget it. And maybe, weirdly, maybe most of all, I want to thank the people who don't support my show and what I believe, but support my right to share those beliefs anyway. People who I never would have imagined, like Ben Shapiro, Clay Travis, Candace Owens, Mitch McConnell, Rand Paul, even my old pal Ted Cruz, who, believe it or not, said something very beautiful on my behalf.
I hate what Jimmy Kimmel said. I am thrilled that he was fired.
Oh, wait, no, not that. The other part.
But let me tell you, if the government gets in the business of saying, we don't like what you, the media, have said, we're going to ban you from the airwaves if you don't say what we like, that will end up bad for conservatives.
I don't think I've ever said this before, but Ted Cruz is right. He's absolutely right. This affects all of us, including him. I mean, think about it. If Ted Cruz can't speak freely, then he can't cast spells on the Smurfs. even though I don't agree with many of those people on most subjects, some of the things they say even make me want to throw up. It takes courage for them to speak out against this administration, and they did, and they deserve credit for it, and thanks. For telling their followers that our government cannot be allowed to control what we do and do not say on television, and that we have to stand up to it. I've been hearing a lot about what I need to say and do tonight, and the truth is, I don't think what I have to say is going to make much of a difference. If you like me, you like me. If you don't, you don't. I have no illusions about changing anyone's mind. But I do want to make something clear because it's important to me as a human, and that
is the absolute most cucked-ass motherfucking statement to make in the middle of your speech. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck was that? Reckless cowardice liberalism right off the bat. Come on, bitch! Have some confidence in yourself! Even if we all know it's hard to change people's minds, at least project you're a man. Christ!
You understand that it was never my intention to make light of the murder of a young man. I don't think there's anything funny about it. I posted a message on Instagram on the day he was killed, sending love to his family and asking for compassion, and I meant it, and I still do. Nor was it my intention to blame any specific group for the actions of what it was obviously a deeply disturbed individual. That was really the opposite of the point I was trying to make, but I understand that to some that felt either ill-timed or unclear, or maybe both. And for those who think I did...
Listen, it's fine. I think for a lot of people, seeing Charlie Kirk killed, and we all saw it. We all saw the bullet hit Charlie Kirk in the neck. We all saw the torrents of blood and the fact that he went into the fencing response and that he was dead before he hit the ground. We all saw that with our own eyes, and that's traumatic, okay? It is sickening to see someone moments away from denying that gun violence is a problem in our country be struck down with guns. I mean, that, ladies and gentlemen, that's something that's burned in my memory. I'll never forget that. I'll never forget that I saw Charlie Kirk deny the deadliness of gun violence seconds before a shot rang out, taking his life. I'll never forget that, and neither will you. That is burned in my memory. And so for a lot of people, that is a very traumatic memory. Very traumatic memory for most of us. I'll never forget that. So I can see why Jimmy cried. Like, I get it. Like, it is a traumatic, violence is horrible. Now, I will say, I've been crying about Gazans. I've seen little girls and little boys shot to death. I've seen grandmas waving white flags and cowering in a corner, raked with machine gun fire. I've seen bombs dropped on tents. I've seen children burning to death at hospitals. So I've been weeping tears. But now my eyes are dry, not because it's not traumatic, not because it's not horrible to see the death of another human being from violence. I've just been crying so much. I'm all out of tears.
Point a finger. I get why you're upset. If the situation was reversed, there's a good chance I'd have felt the same way. I have many friends and family members on the other side who I love and remain close to, even though we don't agree on politics at all. I don't think the murderer who shot Charlie Kirk represents anyone. This was a sick person who believed violence was a solution, and it isn't, ever. And also, selfishly, I am a person who gets a lot of threats. I get many ugly and scary threats against my life, my wife, my kids, my coworkers, because of what I choose to say. And I know those threats don't come from the kind of people on the right who I know and love. So that's what I wanted to say on that subject. But I don't want to make this about me because, and I know this is what people say when they make things about them, but I really don't. This show is not important. What is important is that we get to live in a country that allows us to have a show like this. Yeah! I've had the opportunity to meet and spend time with comedians and talk show hosts from countries like Russia, countries in the Middle East, who tell me they would get thrown in prison for making fun of those in power, and worse than being thrown in prison. They know how lucky we are here. Our freedom to speak is what they admire most about this. And that's something I'm embarrassed to say I took for granted until they pulled my friend Steven off. They tried to coerce the affiliates who run our show in the cities that you live in to take my show off the air. That's not legal. That's not American. That is un-American, and it is so dangerous. I want you to think about this. Should the government be allowed to regulate which podcasts the cell phone companies and Wi-Fi providers are allowed to let you download to make sure they serve the public interest? You think that sounds crazy? No! 10 years ago, this sounded crazy. Brendan Carr, the chairman of the FCC, telling an American company, we can do this the easy way or the hard way, and that these companies can find ways to change conduct and take action on Kimmel, or there's going to be additional work for the FCC ahead, in addition to being a direct.
Here's what you need to understand. And this is always what happens, chat, is that liberals, there's two camps of liberals. There are people that are not class conscious yet and who will become fighters for justice. And then there are liberals like Jimmy Kimmel, who are born losers and servile, okay? And there is nothing that can happen to them that will change him. That's what studying history has taught me. Some people are just wired to be collaborators and fawn upon the conqueror, okay? We call them quizlings. We call them collaborators. We call them capos. There are some people who will never fight. Never. And you need to be willing to leave these people behind. You need to be okay with these people being... You may think, Jimmy, you're not on the side of Donald Trump. He just tried to deplatform you. But if he goes out there and he spreads their lies and he spreads their messaging, he is one of them. Now, I'm still going to be against the FCC deplatforming him, but what the fuck are you doing, dude?
Direct violation of the First Amendment is not a particularly intelligent threat to make in public. Ted Cruz said he sounded like a mafioso. Although, I don't know, if you want to hear a mob boss make a threat like that, you have to hide a microphone in a deli and park outside in a van with a tape recorder all night long. This genius said it on a podcast. Brendan Carr is the most embarrassing Carr Republicans have embraced since this, and that's saying something. The FCC has a tradition of meddling where they shouldn't under many administrations, but it wasn't always like this. There was an FCC commissioner back in 2022 who worked under Joe Biden who was spot on. He wrote, President Biden is right. Political satire is one of the oldest and most important forms of free speech. It challenges those in power while using humor to draw more people into the... That's why people in influential positions have always targeted it for censorship. You know who wrote that? FCC Commissioner Brendan Carr, who later was appointed chairman of the FCC by this former crusader for free speech.
If we don't have free speech, then we just don't have a free country. It's as simple as that. If this most fundamental right is allowed to perish, then the rest of our rights and liberties will topple. Just like dominoes, one by one, they'll go down.
So what he was talking about there is he wants Nazis to be able to, spread hate without restriction.
That was also in 2022. And I wonder, how did that guy turn into this guy?
Who would you like to see replace Kimmel on late night?
Well, a lot of people, anybody could replace him. The guy had no talent. Kimmel look, he was fired, he had no talent. He's a whack job. But he had no talent, and more importantly than talent, he had no, because a lot of people have no talent, they get ratings. But he had no ratings.
Well, I do tonight. Thank you. You almost have to feel sorry for him. He did his best to cancel me. Instead, he forced millions of people to watch the show. That backfired bigly. He might have to release the Epstein files to distract us from this now. Now, a lot of people have been asking me if there are conditions for my return to the air, and there is one. Disney has asked me to read the following statement, and I've agreed to do it. Here we go. To reactivate your Disney Plus and Hulu account, open the Disney Plus app on your smart TV or TV-connected device. I've been fortunate to work at a company that has allowed me to do the show the way we want to do it for almost 23 years. I've done almost 4,000 shows on ABC, and over that time, the people who run this network have allowed me to evolve and to stretch the boundaries of what was once traditional for a late-night talk show, even when it made them uncomfortable, which I do a lot. Every night, they've defended my right to poke fun at our leaders and to advocate for subjects that I think are important by allowing
The problem is you're just not that funny, Jimmy. And honestly, you're a boomer. Like, your politics are way, 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 way out of step. You were actually saying challenging shit people would watch.
To use their platform, and I am very grateful for that. With that said, I was not happy when they pulled me off the air on Wednesday. I did not agree with that decision, and I told them that, and we had many conversations. I shared my point of view, they shared theirs, we talked it through, and at the end, even though they didn't have to, they really didn't have to, this is a giant company, we have short attention spans, and I am a tiny part of the Disney Corporation. They welcomed me back on the air, and I thank them for that, because I know that unfortunately, and I think unjustly, this puts them at risk. The President of the United States made it very clear he wants to see me and the hundreds who work here fired from our jobs. Our leader celebrates Americans losing their livelihoods because he can't take a joke. He was somehow able to squeeze Colbert out of CBS. Then he turned his sights on me, and now he's openly rooting for NBC to fire Jimmy Fallon and Seth Meyers and the hundreds of Americans who work for their shows who don't make millions of dollars. And I hope that if that happens, or if there's even any hint of that happening, you will be 10 times as loud as you were this week. We have to speak out.
What about all the people that are being detained for their free speech, Jimmy? Hey, Jimmy, have you brought up Mahmoud Khalil? Are you speaking out for all the pro-Palestinian protesters? Free Mahmoud, right, Jimmy?
Against this, because he's not stopping. And it's not just comedy. He's gunning for our journalists, too. He's suing them. He's bullying them. Over the weekend, his foxy friend Pete Hegseth announced a new policy that requires journalists with Pentagon press credentials to sign a pledge promising not to report information that hasn't been explicitly authorized for release. That includes unclassified information. They want to pick and choose what the news is. I know that's not as interesting as muzzling a comedian, but it's so important to have a free press, and it is nuts that we aren't paying more attention to it. Walter Cronkite must be spinning in his grave right now. He's dead, right? Yeah. Look, I never imagined I would be in a situation like this. I barely paid attention. But one thing I did learn from Lenny Bruce and George Carlin and Howard Stern is that a government threat to silence a comedian the president doesn't like is anti-American. That's anti-American. And I am so glad we have some solidarity on that from the right and the left and from those in the middle like Joe Rogan. Maybe the silver lining from this is we found one thing we can agree on, and maybe we'll even find another one. Maybe we can get a little bit closer together. We do agree on a lot of things.
What do we agree on? I think allying with Trump in this moment and saying we agree with Republicans in this moment is fascist collaborationism. I think it's fascist collaborationism. Like, come on. I don't agree with doing a genocide. I don't agree with kidnapping people off the street. I don't agree defunding PBS. I don't agree with destroying the federal government. And now it's so incompetent, they're hiring people back. White House rehires hundreds of federal employees laid off by Doge. Come on, man.
on keeping our children safe from guns, on reproductive rights for women, Social Security, affordable health care, pediatric cancer research. These are all things that most Americans support. Let's stop letting these politicians tell us what they want and tell them what we want. You are our leader. Now, there was a moment over the weekend, a very beautiful moment. I don't know if you saw this. On Sunday, Erica Kirk forgave the man who shot her husband. She forgave him.
Does he think he's a politician? I mean, I guess he does, huh?
That is an example we should follow. If you believe in the teachings of Jesus, as I do, there it was. That's it. A selfless act of grace, forgiveness from a grieving widow. It touched me deeply. And I hope it touches many. And if there's anything we should take from this tragedy to carry forward, I hope it can be that, not this. So thank you for listening, and I'll have more to say when we come back.
What about also those who say that you're being, in recent months, awfully thin-skinned?
I've always been thin-skinned. I've been thin-skinned from day one.
Welcome back to Jimmy Kimmel Live. We are still on the air in most of the country, except ironically for Washington, D.C., where we have been preempted. We are off the air in Nashville, New Orleans, Portland, Oregon, Salt Lake City, and St. Louis, where none of my wife's family is able to watch the show tonight. So sorry, Aunt Sharon. Sorry, Aunt Maureen. You'll have to go to YouTube, I guess. But I am glad to be back at work. It was touch and go for a minute. Guillermo did something very sweet, actually. He called me and he offered to sell his Labubus. I will never forget that gesture, my friend. Guillermo, I've done a lot of talking. Is there anything you would like to share with the audience tonight?
I would like to say, listen, this world needs more people like Jimmy Kimmel. He is the best. He's a great man.
This is like watching H3H3. Is this Jimmy Kimmel's AB? Is this Jimmy Kimmel's AB?
A great father. And thank you, Jimmy. And I love you. And I stand with you all the way. And I love you.
I'm just kidding. I think this guy is literally his family, right? Isn't this literally his family? No? Now Guillermo gets paid way more than AB? Oh, for sure. For sure. I saw that AB posted his electric bill and it was $600 for a month. How? Is he running a fucking Bitcoin mining operation? Like, even if you have lights in your house, like, get LED strips. They're not very much energy. They're like a couple watts. Like, what? Huh? Even if you have your AC blasting, unless you're cooling a fucking 5-bedroom house, it's not going to be $600. Like, guys, I don't think you understand how much electricity that is. Even in California, it's not that much. I get, maybe he lives in like the desert. What part of LA does he live in? Maybe he lives like in the desert, which is like, wow, you're getting, wait, you sold out to live in the desert? You're not even in the temperate part of LA? Like, you sold out your soul to defend a genocide to live in the desert part of LA? Like, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Bro, you, come on.
That's very sweet. If you stand with me all the way, why did Ryan Seacrest call me and tell me you would keep texting him over and over again?
Never. That was wrong Mexican.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
We were in the middle, and in a lot of ways still are in the middle, of an unprecedented fix. After almost 23 years on the air, we're suddenly not being broadcast in 20% of the country, which is not a situation we relish. So we reached out to the chairman of the FCC, Brendan Carr, and he has, to his credit, agreed to join us from his office in...
He's learning from his boss, Pedo. He said he would align with pedo Nazi destiny against me. The only reason he's aligning against me is because when I speak about him, I get under their skin because I know how they think. And so when I insult them, it really, really offends them because I know who they are and I know how to get under their skin because I'm a content creator. And I'm an independent content creator. No one's propping me up. And they know that. They know that I have grinded my way up to success. And I had to grind my way up, not with a bunch of people boosting me, but with a bunch of right-wingers targeting me, with a bunch of people slandering me, a bunch of people harassing me. And it comes from the left too. It comes from people that used to be aligned with Destiny, that used to be aligned with Vosh, and now have their own 500 viewer streams. They attack me too. And they posture as if they're left wing. Like, I still get that same shit. So I'm taking it from every direction, and I'm on my own, and I'm a success. All right. Now I have friends and colleagues. I choose my friends and colleagues based on the quality of their character. That's why I'm friends with Hassan and Caroline and Denims. And of course, most importantly, Vio and then Casey Tron. You see, like, the people that I align with, those are the people that are really good people with a fundamental moral core who believe in shit, okay? I don't align with other people who don't believe in things and who are desperate for clout. And so when they see me living my authentic life on my own with no safety net, succeeding on my own, and I have 7,000 subs, and then you have somebody like AB who sold out everything to be Ethan Klein's footstool, and he doesn't have 10% of the success I do on this site, that causes him to be mad. So what does he do? He aligns with Destiny, because Destiny is the guy who's been harassing and stalking me for 6 years and slandering me for 6 years and going out of his way to block me. Destiny goes out of his way to promote Nick Fuentes. He goes out of his way to trash me. Like, that's the reality. That's what's going on. You know, you can pretty much judge how good of a person they are. And I wish this wasn't true. And I resisted saying it for a long time. But if somebody doesn't fuck with me, it's a huge red flag. No, oh, of course, Austin show as well, Chubby Artie. If they don't fuck with me, that is a gigantic red flag. Literally.
In Washington, and here he is now. Thank you, Chairman Carr, for being with us tonight.
You tell Whoopi over there she better show a little respect, or the only view she's getting is from under George Washington. The bridge, not the guy.
Excuse me, sir? Yeah, hi.
Why is the audio so bad? This is your most watched monologue and the audio's dog shit?
What is this? You sneak up on me? You don't sneak up on a person. It's not nice.
I'm sorry. What is your name? Because I was expecting to talk to the chairman of the FCC.
You don't need to know my name, and I am the new chairman of the FCC.
You were appointed FCC chairman by Donald Trump?
Sir Trump, yes. I used to do some work for the man here and there in Atlantic City.
But did I just hear you on the phone threatening Whoopi Goldberg?
No, I would never threaten Miss Goldstein. I was just teaching her a lesson about consequences.
No, well, pardon me for saying so. Maybe you're the wrong guy to talk to, but it seems like the FCC is using mob tactics to suppress free speech.
What the did you just say to me?
I didn't mean any offense. You know, you can't curse or we'll get fined by the FCC.
I am the FCC. I can say whatever the I want. No.
Well, it sounds a little like threats and intimidation to me, Chairman.
Stop that. Look, it's just me, Jimmy, the chairman of the FCC, gently suggesting that you gently shut the up.
But you can't say that. That's a violation of free speech.
Oh, yeah, about that. Speech, it ain't free no more.
What? It's not free no more?
Yeah, we're charging by the word now.
You're charging by the word? How much are you charging?
It depends on what you want to say. Like, you want to say something nice about the president's beautiful, thick yellow hair, or how he can do his makeup better than any broad. That's free.
Okay. All right. That seems reasonable.
But if you want to do a joke like he's so fat he needs 2 seats on the Epstein jet, that's going to cost.
Okay. Can I just ask, for clarity, because it's a pretty good joke, how much would that one cost me?
A couple of fingers, maybe a tooth, and you know how constipated he is.
So is this how things are going to go from now on?
We also got a new motto at the FCC. Sticks and stones may break your bones,
Well, the rest of that is, but I think, but words can never harm you.
Oh, well, they can harm you now. Let's make sure you pick the right words. Capiche?
Okay, yeah, I guess I capiche, but I don't think, oh, it sounds like you got a call there, huh?
Hi, handsome. Oh, I mean, I'm sorry, Mr. President. Okay, you got it, sir. You got it. Bye.
What did he say?
Look, I got to go. A couple of cases of Tylenol fell off a truck, and now I got to figure out how to put autism in them.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that sounds tricky. So good luck with that, sir.
Good luck with you, and I'll be watching you, Kimmel. Maybe not on ABC. That's up to you.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for your time.
And it is my honor to serve the public interest.
I know it is. I know it is. Thank you so much.
I feel like, honestly, the bit was really hamstrung by the poor audio. I think the audio sucked.
I got to tell you, I like the new guy a lot. You know, as of this taping, the president has not weighed in on ABC's decision to put us back on the air. I don't know, maybe he's saving it for his late-night toilet time, but His Magnificence had other business today in New York, big business, addressing the United Nations, which got off to a rocky start when the Trumps hit the escalator, and it suddenly stopped. They had to walk up. He broke the escalator. Where was that escalator 10 years ago when we needed it on the way down? Trump had trouble with his teleprompter today, but spoke anyway for almost an hour off the cuff in front of all these foreign leaders. And when you think about uniting nations, well, no one does it better than Don.
It's time to end the failed experiment of open borders. You have to end it now. See, I can tell you. I'm really good at this stuff. Your countries are going to hell.
Well, if that doesn't get him the Nobel Prize, I don't know what will. Melania was, she sat for the speech. She was there not just in her capacity as First Lady, but also as a representative for all the unsatisfied Slovenian women of the world. Rumpelstiltskin was all over the map today. He ranted about windmills. He bragged about ending 7 wars. He threatened the guy who operates the teleprompter. He complained about being screwed out of a deal to renovate the building they were in, the United Nations building. He said, you could have had marble, you got terrazzo, you could have had mahogany, you got plastic instead. 5 translators had to be hospitalized for confusion. But none of that compared to the headache he is creating with his buddy RFK blaming autism on Tylenol. His press conference yesterday was an all-timer. Bobby Brainworm and Dr. Oz strongly recommend that pregnant women stop taking Tylenol immediately, and the president was very persuasive making his case.
When the alternative is that nothing bad can happen, let's do it now. I was just saying to Bobby and the group, let's do it now. Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen. But with Tylenol, don't take it. Don't take it.
That's right.
Oh, God, we should... Oh, my God. The Trump thinks autism is from Tylenol? Okay. Holy shit.
The advice of Donald Trump. And you, too, can look like a glazed ham with deep vein.
If that were true, if autism was actually spreading, we would have some fucking trains in this country. We wouldn't be struggling to build one railroad from Los Angeles to San Francisco. If autism was spread by Tylenol, we'd have a lot more fucking trains.
Thrombosis. It can only good happen. This is Tylenol we're talking about. The thing that you take when they won't let you take anything that works. It's never, they gave me Tylenol. It's always, only gave me Tylenol. But make no mistake, this was an historic announcement. This was a major...
Yeah, if your doctor just gives you Tylenol, he's kind of saying you're being a pussy. Betty White was always saying that pussy is something that's tough and takes a pounding. We should call people testicles or a sack of balls when they're being a cowardly little bitch or being soft and sensitive. Betty White was right.
Your breakthrough in the field of medicine. And just in case it isn't clear, if someone comes up and offers you a Tylenol, you should not take it.
Don't take Tylenol. Don't take it. With Tylenol, don't take it. Don't take it. Don't use Tylenol. Don't take Tylenol. Don't take Tylenol. Fight like hell not to take it. I think you shouldn't take it. Don't take Tylenol. The baby gets a shot. They say, here, take a cup of Tylenol. I've heard that for years. Take Tylenol. Don't take Tylenol. Don't have your baby take Tylenol. Don't give Tylenol to the baby. Don't give Tylenol to the baby. Don't give your baby Tylenol. Don't take Tylenol. Don't take Tylenol. Don't take Tylenol. Don't take it. Don't take it. So that's it. There's nothing much to say. Don't take Tylenol. Just don't take it. And I just say it again. Don't take Tylenol. Don't take it.
Brought to you by Motrin. Guillermo, do you know how many subscribers we have on YouTube now?
20 million.
That's right. Yeah, that's why we're wearing these glasses. Thanks for being a subscriber. If you're not, help us get to 20 million and one.
I mean, honestly, God, you see how much these shows are promoted by YouTube? YouTube loves mainstream channels. Like, they give you an algorithmic super boost. That's crazy. 20 million. Like, come on. 250,000 people watch the show. Like, come on. All I can say is I get it. We now live in a country where late night hosts act like politicians and politicians act like lounge singers or lounge comedians. Like, Donald Trump is less responsible as president than Jimmy Kimmel is trying to be as a late night host. We are completely inverted, where people get political power to become media personalities instead of using media to get political power. I don't even know what to say anymore.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org.
All right, let's talk about the autism. If Tylenol caused autism, if Tylenol actually caused autism, how the fuck do we not have this red line? How the fuck do we not have this red line? How the fuck don't we have this blue line? And how the fuck do we not have this yellow line? Like, that's actually fucking crazy. I mean, it's like light blue line, not the navy line. Like, the green line, meh, I guess. The gray line, meh. That one's kind of, it's not very, those are pretty small cities. But like, come on. I mean, China would have that.
Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We turn now to the subject of autism and false claims about the causes of autism made by President Trump and Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. at a news conference at the White House on Monday.
Chat, I saw a TikTok and it was so good. Oh, I don't know if I liked it. God damn it. No, it was, okay, chat, hold on, I'm looking for it. It was basically saying Donald Trump's administration looks like orcs. They look like orcs from the Lord of the Rings. Checked by history. I think I saw it on my phone. Did you see what TikToks you've seen on TikTok? Is there like a history tab?
President Trump, without evidence, linked autism to vaccines and said the combination MMR vaccine should be broken up into separate shots for measles, mumps, and rubella. But he couldn't remember the word rubella. Trump also recommended removing aluminum from vaccines and said parents should wait until their children are 12 to vaccinate against hepatitis B, falsely stating it's only transmitted sexually, which isn't true. So saying infants shouldn't have the Hep B shot, they should wait, when in fact it is transmitted through breast milk, in utero, and in the home. Trump also promoted the unproven claims that the common painkiller, acetaminophen, brand name Tylenol, causes autism in children if taken during pregnancy.
First, effective immediately, the FDA will be notifying physicians that the use of well, let's see how we say that.
Acetaminophen? He doesn't know how to say that. It's like one of the most common. He's so dumb. He called it Tylenol. Oh no! He's so stupid.
Acetaminophen. Is that okay? Which is basically commonly known.
This is how you guys feel when I can't pronounce anyone's name right. This is it. Chatter found
Rings doppelgangers. This is who I think people in the
This is part one of MAGA Lord of the Rings doppelgangers. This is who I think people in the Trump administration and prominent people in the MAGA movement look the most like from the Lord of the Rings. First up on my list, we have Kristi Noem and Lurtz, the leader of the Uruk-hai. Uruk-hai are kind of like yassified orcs. They've had more enhancements done to them, more hair extensions, fuller cheeks.
You know how she goes in the White House and says how much she wants man flesh. You know she's like, oh, she walks in and she's like, I hunger for man flesh.
I think Lurtz and Kristi have very similar face shapes and features. If you don't quite see my vision, here's Lurtz with lashes and lip filler. I think here it's pretty uncanny. Next on my list, we have Stephen Miller and this guy. I think this one is pretty self-explanatory, pretty similar facial features, the same kind of...
Yo, she's killing it though, because this is one of the advisors to Saruman. Yo, no, it wasn't this one. It's this one. Okay. She got this whole clip.
Do you know how the orcs first came into being? They were elves once. Taken by the dark powers, tortured and mutilated. A ruined and terrible form of life. And now, perfected. My fighting Uruk-hai. Whom do you serve? Saruman. Do not stop until they are found. You do not know pain, you do not know fear. You will taste man flesh. One of the halflings carries something of great value. Bring them to me alive and unspoiled. Kill the others.
Okay, where's the other one? There's the other one where he's talking about, like, feed the fires. Hold on. Feed the fires. Hold on. There's another clip.
The women and children. Get them into the...
How can fire and...
Fuck, this isn't it either. God damn it, I can't find it. Wait, here it is. Wait. Is this it?
They cannot all be armed in time. We don't have the means.
Build a dam, block the stream, work the furnaces, night and day.
We don't have enough fuel to feed the fires.
No, this isn't the scene either. Fuck, I can't find it. Anyway, let's just go back to watching actual politics.
Soulless evil behind their dead eyes. Next on my list, we have RFK and this orc right here. They both look like they've spent an ungodly amount of time in the tanning bed. They're definitely both giving brainworm stare, and I definitely think both would enjoy putting animals into a blender. Next on my list, we have Trump and this orc right here. The funny thing about this orc is there's a rumor that Peter Jackson had serious beef with Harvey Weinstein, so he had this orc modeled after him. Here's their side by side. And Trump and Harvey aren't exactly lookalikes, but they're definitely the same genre of man in both appearance and behavior. So I think this was a really fitting one for Trump. And then finally on my list, we have Laura Loomer and this orc right here. I just think they have really similar facial features and shapes. And again, if you're not seeing the vision in this picture, here's that orc with Laura's makeup on. I think once you add that, it becomes really hard to be able to tell them apart at all, just the spitting image of each other. So that's part one. Let me know how I did in the comments, and let me know any other MAGAs that you want me to find their Lord of the Rings doppelgangers.
She's so good, dude. This is such a good post. Fuck, this is a good... I had to show it to you, chat. Hold on. I mean, come on. Send this to every MAGA relative you have.
Known as Tylenol during pregnancy can be associated with a very increased risk of autism. So taking Tylenol is not good. All right, I'll say it. It's not good.
The American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists called President Trump's remarks about Tylenol irresponsible, adding it's highly unsettling that our federal health agencies are willing to make an announcement that will affect the health and well-being of millions of people without the backing of reliable data. Dr. Helen Tager-Flusberg, founder of the Coalition of Autism Scientists, said, quote, when the President of the United States makes claims like this, we know that many parents will be listening, and the impact may be truly devastating, unquote. For more, we're joined by Dr. Peter Hotez, Dean of the National School of Tropical Medicine at Baylor College of Medicine in Texas, where he's also co-director of the Texas Children's Center for Vaccine Development. He's the author of several books, including...
We're going to do Freedom Flotilla next, Chad. Don't worry.
Vaccines did not cause Rachel's autism. My journey as a vaccine scientist, pediatrician, and autism dad. And his new book, co-authored with Dr. Michael Mann, Science Under Siege, How to Fight the 5 Most Powerful Forces That Threaten Our World. Dr. Hotez, welcome back to Democracy Now!
Okay, the only answer to that is socialism. I know, my dude. You're gonna be like, no, but we could have ethical capitalism. No, you can't. No, you fucking can't. If you allow the capitalist class to retain their unearned power, they will use it to get more.
Reiterate that point that you're the father of an autistic daughter, as well as a scientist. If you can talk about this moment with President Trump stating one unproven fact after another, and talk about Tylenol, what we know and what we don't know.
Yeah, Amy, it was 15, 20 minutes of complete fact-free news conference. I think, the best way to approach this is to go back to first principles and understand what is autism and how does it come about. We've learned so much about autism, and I wrote about it in the book, which, by the way, came out. I wrote that book, Vaccines Did Not Cause Rachel's Autism, after a year of conversations with Mr. Kennedy. That was the product of that. And then we followed up this in the brand new book, Science Under Siege, with Michael Mann. But we know a lot about autism now. Autism occurs through the action of more than 100 different autism genes. So that's why we call it an autism spectrum, not just autism, because it's 100 different conditions of varying degrees of neurologic activity. All of these genes are involved in early fetal brain development. So we can explain the vast amount of autism just simply through the understanding the genetics and understanding how these genes operate. Now, it doesn't mean that there's no environmental exposures or triggers, but it's operating through influencing autism genes early on in fetal brain development. The best example we know of a teratogen or something that will affect autism genes that will give an autism phenotype is a medication called Depakote, otherwise known as valproic acid, which they didn't talk about at all. So if you're pregnant and not aware of it, and on that anti-seizure medication called valproic acid, valproate, or Depakote, it'll interact with autism genes and give you and more likely than not could give you an autism phenotype. That looks pretty strong. And there are about half a dozen other chemical exposures that may do the same thing. And certainly not vaccines, because again, these are all events happening in early fetal brain development. So it's not just the massive evidence showing there's no link between MMR or thimerosal or alum or all the other things they say in autism, because it's happening in pregnancy. So there's no plausibility. But then let's get to Tylenol. Now, if of the half a dozen chemical exposures that look pretty strongly linked to autism and interacting with autism genes, Tylenol right now is not really on that list, because about a year ago there was a very large study done out of the Karolinska Institute in Sweden.
Can I just pause it for 1 second to say this is what happens? Truth is hard won, and it is not something that we can always just know intuitively based on our intuition, based on our gut, based on half heard or half understood studies we Googled. This is actually a problem I have with people that I otherwise consider intelligent, which is just because I could Google something and it looks like it comes from a study doesn't mean that I have actually proved the thing or that I am able to articulate or evaluate the veracity of a study. Sometimes you will need subject matter experts, people that are vetted with other professionals who have a lot of credentials and education to be able to interpret shit at a level that you can't. Democracy is about empowering the truth while also ensuring that there are democratic accountability that can check the creation of political cliques, that could check the creation of groupthink, that could provide new sources of information. And it's a balance between a democratic popular impulse and the need for some expertise, some level of an elite. You know, that's a difficult public policy balance. All right. And we are now living in the world where we have neither. We have faux populism that's not truly democratic. And we have the destruction of elite, of expertise, of knowledge, of science into a postmodern conservative sludge that doesn't try to take the insights of postmodernism to make sure that we do not develop blind spots in our science, but rather uses blind spots to manipulate people for politics. We are in hell.
And this is one of the top research institutes in universities in Europe. And it showed pretty clearly among those 2 million people enrolled in the study that there was no link between Tylenol and autism. There was a follow-up study of what's called a meta-analysis or a systematic review, where the study found some studies could show a link, others don't. Certainly worth following up on, not as high a priority from my point of view as the others, higher priority ones on the list. And if they held a news conference to say, look, we are interested in autism, we do think this is important for the health of the American people, we're going to convene the experts. We're going to convene some of the best neuroscientists, genetics experts, environmental health scientists, and bring them together to really pin down that complex interplay between autism genes and the handful of environmental exposures we know about. Further down the list, we may also look at Tylenol. Fair enough. I think nobody would argue with that. But instead what we got was, I call it fact-free, this specific laser focus on Tylenol, which doesn't make sense. And then the last thing I'll say is, again, the way they talk about autism in this such sort of baby terms and this very simplistic idea that we're going to find the cause of autism or the cure for autism. It rings hollow because we know this complex interplay between autism genes, maybe some environmental exposures early on in pregnancy. It's like talking about any other complex condition. We wouldn't say, you know, for instance, we're going to find the cause of cancer, the cure of cancer. Nobody would accept that because we know it's a complex interplay between oncogenes and the environment. So it was certainly an exercise in frustration for those of us in the scientific community.
Dr. Hotez, I wanted to ask you how much of the rising rates in autism are the result of increased testing or recognition of the condition, and how much do you feel are real?
So that's a really important question, and it's a fair question to look at in more detail. Clearly, we've shifted how we diagnose autism. We used to call it autism, now we call it autism spectrum disorder, and you have this whole very interesting discussion about neurodiversity that brings in a lot of bioethics issues. So starting in around the early 2000s, the American Academy of Pediatrics started asking pediatricians and recommended pediatricians to do autism screening between the first and second year of life. And guess what? The numbers went up. We also got better at diagnosing autism in girls and women. We used to say it was 10-to-1 boys to girls. Now the proportion's roughly 3-to-1. But as we get better in diagnosing autism,
I bet you it's the same. I bet the rate of autism, maybe it's slightly more common in men because maybe it's sex linked, but like, come on. I know so many women that are autistic. So like, come on. This is crazy.
In girls and women, because girls and women tend to camouflage their autism better. We often diagnose their comorbidities such as OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder, or some of the eating disorders. It may even get closer to parity. We've also reached underserved schools in a better way. So we're
I'm not going to name names. I didn't encourage you. I'm not saying that so that you name names. Chat, be good. Don't name names of people that you think might be autistic. Like, come on, what are you doing? I'm a girl and I scored 137. Me, Brad Czar, I think I got like, what did I get, chat? A 20? I took it on stream. What did I get? Like a 20? The problem is, like, I will never get diagnosed for anything because being diagnosed with something is stigmatized. So I will just go, what answer is going to get me to avoid a diagnosis? And I'll pick that. You know what I mean? Like, come on. Vio got a 200, chat. Vio got like a 200 or something. She said, I got a 188. Oh, okay. Sorry. So far off 200. Show chat your most played games. How do you see that? I've got a lot of gaming. Steam, hover your name. Steam replay. That's not good advice. That doesn't give me anything. Go to library and sort by hours played. Okay, we're doing that. Hold on. Let me see what my most played game is. I have no idea where you guys are getting all of these sorting areas. I don't see it anywhere. I don't see how you could sort by any of those things. Damn.
Diagnosing autism in the underrepresented minority community better. So all of that feeds into the likely explanation accounting for the steep rise in autism cases. Now, I do think there is an environmental component. And I remember having that conversation with Mr. Kennedy years ago. I'd say, look, Bobby, I can identify half a dozen chemical exposures like valproate. You're an environmental attorney. Hey, this is your sweet spot, man. You should be all over this and really look into it. At the time, he had zero interest. Now, he comes along, years later and talks about Tylenol, which, again, is not what the science is telling us. So I do think there could be an environmental component to that as well. It should be looked into, but certainly not with the kind of rhetoric and the approach that this administration is proposing.
Let's go to Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. recommending the use of leucovorin, claiming it improves verbal communication when given to children on the spectrum.
We have also identified an exciting therapy that may benefit large numbers of children who suffer from autism. Peer-reviewed literature has documented that up to 60% of folate-deficient children with ASD can have improved verbal communications if given leucovorin. I have instructed NIH, FDA, and CMS to help doctors treat children appropriately. Jay will help tell that story, which started with sound science, the kind that restores faith in government.
So that's Robert F. Kennedy Jr., a man you know well. You spent a year talking to him. Your book about your daughter on the spectrum, Rachel, it also comes out of that. Explain what this is and what he's saying, and what does anecdotal versus evidence-based medicine mean?
So again, this is getting back to that first principle and why we started out this way, 100 different autism genes. There are many different phenotypes. There are various subsets of kids and adults on the autism spectrum.
I actually think one of the problems we have is we're excessively grouping too many different ways of being as autism. I think we need to get more granular with it. I think we need to like break up the categorization. It's also like calling people mentally ill. I think that is also a major mistake. I think the stigmatization of psychological disorders or conditions is one of the worst mistakes we've ever made. Like, nobody goes, oh my God, you got a cavity? You're a cavity haver? And it's like, come on, we just go, oh, you got a cavity here. Let's do a restoration. And we move the fuck on. No one cares. Like, we should be treating mental health like dentistry, except everybody should be entitled to get it. I think a lot of what's wrong with our world is that people are stingy with love and care. That's really what it is. It's everybody's afraid to be caring for others because there's an energy component to it, right? You want to balance it out. If I scratch your back, I want my back scratched. So we're worried about handing out back scratches. And so we have a lot less back scratches than we should. A lot more of us are running around with fucking, scratchy, itchy backs because we're not throwing out the back scratch. And I don't know how to fix that, man. I mean, I scratch backs in my life. I do my best to spread it. But god damn, a lot of people think it's like, I have so much status, I never scratch anybody else's back. That should be embarrassing. You know what it's like? Okay, I'm going to give you a really off-color example. but I think it is important. It's like how a lot of men would be like, if a guy went down on a woman, that was effeminate. If you gave a woman oral sex, that was kind of effeminate and kind of gay. Okay? I don't know if you guys know about this. And this is something that boomers believed. All right? Like, it wasn't until like the 70s or the 60s and 70s that people started to get with oral sex on a woman. Literally. And like, imagine holding that belief. Like the implications of holding that belief. It's like, I'm not going to do something to enhance the sexual satisfaction of my partner that is incredibly loving and satisfying for them because it means that I'm like pleasuring them. Like, what the fuck? That's crazy. It's like making sure that your woman is happy is somehow degrading you because it means you have to care.
Who have what are called autoantibodies to different components of their body. Some have antibodies to what are called glycosphingolipids, which is a type of a glycolipid.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no. I don't know if I could show Sopranos.
Ooh, Mr. Soprano.
Miss Sanfilippo, where does our research and development take us this time?
Well, I was thinking Boca Raton.
My mind. You read my mind.
I'm all packed, baby.
As soon as I saw you, I knew.
Okay, so he goes below the border and the hotel, and so she's at the nail salon talking to her girls.
Bobby, you are so lucky with this guy. You have no idea.
He's a sweetheart underneath it all.
I wish I could get Lou to be like him. I mean, I don't understand why I always have to ask him for oral sex.
I know we always used to yak about our sex lives. I think it would be better if we didn't anymore.
Uncle June, how was Boca?
Wonderful. I don't go down enough.
That's not what I heard.
About what?
What the hell's the matter with you?
This wife of yours. She's got the giggles.
What's with you and Uncle June tonight? Come on, tell me about Uncle June.
No, stop it! Stop it! I can't.
Yes, you can.
I can't.
I know you want
All
to.
right, okay. Your uncle has acquired a taste for her.
Uncle June gives head.
World class.
The old man's whistling to the wheat field?
Don't be disgusting.
Oh, he's a bushman of the Kalahari.
See, that's why I don't tell you anything, because you don't know when to stop.
Oh, my God, if this ever gets out.
Whoa, Junior.
Oh, Junior what? Uncle June's in a muff.
What?
Oh, did I say muff? I meant rough. What's that smell? Did you guys go to a sushi bar?
The fuck's he talking about?
I thought you were a bacala man, Uncle June. What are you doing eating sushi?
You fucking run off at the mouth, you know that?
South of the border, down Mexico way. South of the border, where the tuna fish play.
Colorado.
And then he breaks up with her. He breaks up with her because she blabbed. Isn't that sad? Yeah, there's more to it. But
others have autoantibodies to different membrane proteins. Some have what are called ANA
weak and insecure
antibodies, which you can also anti-nuclear antibodies that you can find in lupus. And there is a subset that seems to have antibodies against folate receptor, which is a metabolite used for the synthesis of purines and pyrimidines in DNA. And perhaps for that subset of kids and adults, there could be some benefit for giving leucovorin, and there are even some studies to support that. And that's the way it needs to be framed. But again, it's always spoken about in these baby terms, right? Tylenol is the cause of autism. It's ridiculous. Or now leucovorin is going to come to be used as a major treatment. Again, what we need is better understanding, better precision medicine to really focus on the subgroup of kids and adults who may benefit from leucovorin.
And Dr. Holtes, in a broader sense, this war on science that the Trump administration has unleashed, all the cutbacks in research and the reductions of university research capacities, the doctors, many researchers fleeing to Canada or to Europe or Asia to be able to continue to conduct their research. What's the impact on the United States of this war?
Well, first of all, let's look at why this is happening. Mr. Kennedy and this new version of Health and Human Services is very tied in with the wellness and influencer industry, in which, a lot of it is built up whatever they can buy in bulk and jack up the price and then sell with $1,600 telehealth visits. I mean, have you ever wondered why they're all anti-parasitic drugs, ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, fenbendazole, as we report in the book? It's because they're cheap, available in bulk. You can jack up the price and sell it with a $1,600 telehealth visit. But it also involves attacking mainstream science. That's why, they attack vaccines. And that's why you heard Mr. Kennedy during our terrible measles epidemic that began in West Texas. He says, well, yes, you can get the measles, mumps, rubella vaccine, or you can get this cocktail of supplements, budesonide and vitamin A and clarithromycin. You're scratching your head and say, where the heck does that come from? That's his pivot to the health and wellness and influencer industry. But part of that, tragically, is for the health and wellness influencer industry to sell their snake oil, they have to attack mainstream science.
So personally, like on my side of this, I am an orthodox Marxist. So what I would do with those people is I would arrest them all and I would take all their money and I would use it to care for all the victimized families that they scammed. But Democrats are too weak to contain this shit. I mean, there's a reason why Alex Jones is constantly hawking his brain pills and shit. It's all fucking scams.
And the scientists then portray people like myself as cartoon villains or public enemies. And that means attacking the academic health centers. And they falsely allege that they're tied up with pharma companies and that sort of thing. And that's where the NIH funding cuts come. It's all to benefit. That's what the MAHA movement is. It's basically an economic stimulus plan for the health and wellness and influencer industry. And it's very damaging. And it's particularly tough for our young scientists who are just starting out. Sometimes I feel like they look at me in the desert, look at me like Moses in the desert. Why did you bring us here? And you have to, find paths of light to carve through this, because it has made things very complicated. I still think you can, as we talk about in the book, Science Under Siege, where there's urgency, but there's also agency. I do think we can find a path of light through this darkness, but it's certainly gotten more complicated.
We just have 30 seconds, Dr. Holtes, but I wanted to go back to this point where Trump says to pregnant people, just tough it out if your temperature spikes. What is the absolutely damaging message here when people who are pregnant are told that if their temperature spikes, this can damage the fetus? Tough it out. Don't take Tylenol.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I'm not an obstetrician, but if talking to my obstetrics colleagues, one of the things that they're aware of is that just like certain harmful drugs, such as Depakote, has a harmful effect on the fetus, fever itself, or some of the viruses that can cause the fever, can have a harmful effect on the fetus. And so there may be a real downside from not taking Tylenol, because we don't have a lot of options for pregnant women. The obstetricians tend to avoid using aspirin or ibuprofen, so there's not a lot of choice out there. So to come out and just push Tylenol when the evidence for it is not there is completely reckless on my part, and I don't understand why the administration chose to do that.
Thanks for watching.
This guy used to be a friend of Joe Rogan, by the way. We'd have to have any semblance of law and order that didn't just cater to the ultra wealthy or megalomaniacal corporations. Also, science would need to advance enough so they can figure out how to grow spines. I mean, the thing about politics is 95% of people are relatively good, but 5% of people are malicious sociopaths. And in order to, you have to make it so that sociopaths calculate Betraying the fucking community and abusing and exploiting people is going to result in worse outcomes than cooperating. Once you get to that level of societal consensus and institutional transparency, where sociopaths calculate, well, I probably shouldn't do that because it's going to hurt me, that's when society functions well. When you go the opposite direction, where you reward people for being sociopathic and exploitative, you get more and more and more of it. That's what's wrong with America, is people are rewarded for personal exploitation. And it's not going to change until we start demanding it change. The irony is that acetaminophen is the least effective. I mean, I take ibuprofen when I have pain, but I also understand that it's not something you should take often. I try to avoid taking it more than a day or two, because these things can cause damage to your body. I had to take a lot of ibuprofen recently because of an ear infection, double ear infection. Oh gosh, you needed to have some sort of antibiotic for that. Advil is a big no-no for pregnant women. Tylenol was their last recourse. Damn. Don't the Europeans have their own painkiller? What is it, paracetamol or whatever? Isn't that what they take? Or is that just acetaminophen? Oh, that's just acetaminophen. Okay. Isn't there another one? There's ibuprofen, there's acetaminophen, and then there's more. What are the other over-the-counters painkillers? Naproxen? Is that any good? They have a combo ibuprofen acetaminophen pill in Europe. Oh, I heard that's really effective, actually. The combo pill I heard is really good. Scientists behind Trump's Tylenol claims was paid $150,000 to give evidence against drug maker. What happens when a person in power in China does medical crimes?
Drug Administration of China from 2003.
Okay, this is definitely a very creepy channel. I will not be doing that one. Zhen Zhao Yu was the director of the State Food and Drug Administration of the People's Republic of China from 2003 to 2007. He was sentenced to death for corruption and allowing possibly tainted products into mainland China in the first instance trial at Beijing No. 1 Intermediate Court at May 29, 2007. He was executed on July 10, 2007. He was convicted of taking bribes and dereliction. What's this? Oh, she gave me another breakfast burrito, chat. Ooh, yeah. Thank you, VO. Ooh. Bourgeois decadence strikes again. So true. Anyway, he had taken bribes totaling more than $850,000 from 8 pharmaceutical companies in exchange for personally approving unproven and unsafe medicines while working as the head of China's Ministry of Food and Drug Safety. Those approvals caused the deaths of over 800 people in Panama from cough syrup that contained diethyl glycol in place of glycerin. It was also discovered that during the 8-year period of drug oversight, he personally ordered approvals of more than 150,000 new medicines, a number 134 times that of the US FDA. Most of those medicines were the products of the 8 pharmaceutical companies that had bribed him. A single unsafe medication resulted in 14 patient deaths, hundreds being permanently disabled, and several thousand falling seriously ill. And the pharmaceutical company CEO committed suicide before his arrest. His trial resulted in a death sentence, and he was ordered to forfeit all of his property. Zhang entered an appeal for leniency on June 12, saying that the sentence was too severe, citing the fact that he confessed his crimes and cooperated with investigators. However, the court ruled that while those were indeed mitigating factors, his crimes were far too serious to warrant leniency, and he was a great danger to the country and its reputation. In a note written before his execution, Zhang said he was sorry for what he had done. Bro, he killed 800 people in Panama. And this is what, if you are put into a position of trust and authority, and billions of people are relying on your incorruptibility, and you take bribes and you kill people, you should be given the death penalty. I'm sorry. That's my take. If you are a CEO or you're the head of a fucking drug approval agency and you take bribes and it kills a whole bunch of people, you're already a very powerful person. You're already wealthy. You're already fucking given status in society. You are doing it purely for greed and greed alone. And you abuse the trust. I think this is a social murder. I think that there is no justification for it. And I think the death penalty is warranted. There's no question about who's responsible for these killings. No question at all. I reserve the death penalty for mass social crimes, yes. I'm generally against the death penalty for interpersonal crimes, even murder, because there's so much uncertainty around those cases where you know, forensic error, forensic science. There's a lot more uncertainty around the facts in those cases. But in cases like that, he took the bribes, approved the thing, it killed people. Nah. You were given tremendous trust, authority, and prestige. No fucking way. That was extremely premeditated. All right, what else did we want to talk about? I just realized, chat, we are 4 hours into the stream because I started on time today, chat. Did you know that? I started my pre-stream at 6:30 and I was live on camera at 6:57. I have decided, chat, to start boosting starting earlier because I feel like there's a lot of East Coast people who they deserve to have someone to watch in the morning who actually knows politics. And I wake up at 6 anyway. So I might as well get the stream started and then make sure that I hop right on camera right at 7 earlier. Start earlier, Mike. I started at 10 Eastern when I lived in the East Coast, and that was just lazy. That was lazy, Mike. Honestly, that was lazy, Mike. I should have started earlier when I was East Coast. Have I found who streams at night? Kale Kane. I mean, I think Maple Takes streams later in the afternoon, right? Who's streaming at night? Is there a nighttime politics streamer? Caroline? Ew. Maple Takes is Mike from PA recommended. He seems like a good guy, but he's Canadian. But he seems like a good guy nonetheless. Okay. Next story I wanted to talk about. Oh yeah, the Gaza flotilla. Jesus Christ. So apparently Israel has been attacking the Gaza flotilla with drones.
Italy's defense minister says a Navy frigate has been sent to assist a flotilla carrying aid to Gaza. The flotilla is reported to have come under drone attack off the coast of Crete. The people on board posted this on social media. The global Samud flotilla said more than a dozen explosions were heard around the flotilla as it sailed off Greece late on Tuesday, with damage caused by unidentified objects dropped
now,
on
I told you, chat, that Israel would attack them. And I don't say this as an I told you so. I say this as this is what we're dealing with. Oh, shit, chat. The hype trade started. Remember, we are dangerously close to 7,000 subs. And every time you subscribe, you are pissing off the biggest scumbags on the planet. So before we get into the Gaza aid flotilla, let's complete our shill. And I want to show you the funniest fucking thing I've seen in a while. AB has declared his alliance with Destiny. After making fun of AB and telling him, Mike from PA thinks I have 100 subs. Who the fuck is this? AB's long lost brother. He posted a Facetune picture. And not only that, he literally declared his alliance with Destiny. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Oh, here it is. Absent Backbone is his new nickname. Finds kinship with Destiny against Mike from PA.
Beef you're on. We could put all of our differences to the side and fucking rip on Mike from PA. Even fucking once, you know, I'm no Destiny fan, and Destiny definitely is not a fan of me. Any interaction we've had has not been nice. Even Destiny once fucking tweeted about Mike from PA like a month ago. Because Mike, he's the glue, man. He keeps the shit together.
So AB has decided to declare his alliance with a guy who said he's Islamophobic, who called for the genocide of Palestinians, who said that Palestinian civilians who were gunned down while carrying a white flag in front of a British news crew were farming TikTok clips, a guy who has been incredibly accused of revenge porn, a guy who has been accused of illegally, secretly recording people without their consent during sexual encounters. This is a guy who's been admits to having suspected child pornography in his possession. That's who he lines up with because he also criticizes me. It's crazy how your enemies are begging pedophiles to help them. The reality is, when somebody doesn't like me, usually it's because I don't sexually exploit my fans and I am normal and I just talk about politics, the things I care about. And so if somebody is like hates me, that's fucking weird, dude. It's a weird take. It's a weird take to hate me. You can not like my vibe. You can not like the way that I yell or my presentation or how my stream is set up or whatever the topics I cover. That's completely normal. If you don't have a strong opinion about me, that's totally normal. That's okay. You don't have to be my fan. I don't think that's great. That's totally a normal position. But every single time someone is obsessively angry at me, they turn out to be a fucking pedophile. Chat heard I don't sex my fans just now. Well, that's what I mean. I don't sexually exploit my fans. I don't look for mentally ill teenagers like Destiny does to sexually exploit. That's fucking weird. AB loves pedophiles. I mean, Cheeto Troll is his boss and his ally is Destiny. And every time you give subs to this community, every single time you support my stream, it makes these motherfuckers mauled. It makes these motherfuckers lose their goddamn minds. They can't fucking handle it. They crash the fuck out. You love to see it. You legitimately love to see it. Can we get a hot tub stream and maybe I'll agree with you? I always keep my promises, okay? I always keep my promises. All right, let's get into the Gaza Flotilla, a story that Ethan Klein will not talk about.
Some of those on board recorded messages. Here's one of them.
We just heard another attack right now. We know of 5 vessels that have been attacked by a bomb. You can clearly hear it. And again, another bomb was released. We do not know which vessel it is at this very moment. Raise the alarm. We are in international waters carrying only humanitarian aid. We have no weapons. We pose no threat to anyone.
The Greek Coast Guard says a European Union Borders Agency patrol boat had approached one vessel and saw no evidence of damage. But let's speak now to Dr. James Smith, a British A&E doctor who is part of the flotilla crew, had to return back to the UK, but is, I understand, still in contact with colleagues aboard the ship. James, good to see you. What have they told you? What's been happening?
So, Lucy, last night, a series of what appear to be coordinated attacks, I believe now 15 attacks on the flotilla. The flotilla now comprises about 40 vessels, most of which are small sailboats, 2 slightly larger motorboats, all of which, as you just heard from that clip, are carrying humanitarian aid, water, food, medicine. I myself was with the flotilla for about 2.5 weeks. I was on several of these boats, and I can attest to exactly that. These boats are crewed by regular folks from the world over, lawyers, doctors, nurses, teachers, and so on. What we know about what happened last night, we're still trying to get to the bottom of exactly what was used against the boats, but a series of quadcopters were flying very close to the boats and dropped onto several vessels what looked like flashbangs, very loud noise, very bright light, often used to disorientate and to intimidate. And then, of course, the communications line was jammed. The VHF radio, which is used for emergency communications, started playing music by the Swedish band ABBA. We believe that this might well be due to the peculiar fixation of the Israeli state on the participation of Swedish national Greta Thunberg.
Given that the amount of aid on board the flotilla is so small, when the scale of need is so large, James, what was your motivation for being on board, for being part of the flotilla?
Look, I mean, I don't think that anyone on the flotilla feels that the amount of aid will make a significant dent on the material conditions. This is a population of more than 2.1 million Palestinians who are being subjected to genocide. The focus of the flotilla is not only to bring aid, but to draw attention to Israel's atrocities in Gaza, Israel's flagrant breaches of international law, and the failure of what's left of the international community to uphold its collective legal, political, and moral obligations. We know that direct action.
This is something that people need to understand, is that legal obligations on the international stage are only ever upheld by state power. That's why if your political movement is not trying to achieve state power, it is not going to survive.
Flourishes where political and legal systems fail to uphold the most basic values, the most foundational commitment to human rights. And the flotilla is doing what states have refused to do. Israel is perpetrating genocide against the Palestinian people, and it is incumbent upon all states, per the terms of the Genocide Convention, to act to break Israel's illegal siege. And really, that's the primary focus of the flotilla, to continue to draw attention to what Israel is doing to the Palestinian people in Gaza.
And James, in terms of your job as an A&E doctor, we have been hearing from 2 Australian doctors, surgeons who are working in Al-Shifa, They are barely functioning there. They describe just horrific conditions that they're having to operate in. And of course, so much of the rest of the infrastructure within Gaza has collapsed as well. I know that you've worked inside Gaza. I mean, what are you hearing from other colleagues who are in there at the moment?
Much the same as what you've just described. I mean, the situation in Gaza deteriorates day on day. Israeli forces have invaded Gaza City, where there was still some functioning healthcare facilities, some bed capacity. The Israeli tanks are now very close to Al-Shifa Hospital. People, of course, being forced to flee towards the south. In the last couple of days, PMRS clinics have been repeatedly targeted, the Palestine Medical Relief Society, ongoing attacks on Palestinian healthcare and humanitarian workers, and of course on the entire population of Gaza, and still no tangible action from the so-called international community to end Israel's ongoing atrocities.
James,
this situation is just beyond horrific, Lucy.
Yeah. James, thank you for joining us. Dr. James Smith, British A&E doctor there, talking to us about the flotilla, but also conditions inside Gaza at the moment, particularly in the hospitals.
This man is a snake oil salesman, and it's time people stopped.
I mean, that's the situation we're in. I know Italy has said they're going to send a frigate unless they're willing to start engaging with drones and shooting them down. It seems to me like it's a pretty ineffective policy.
I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We look now at how President Trump signed an executive order Monday that designates the anti-fascist movement, known as Antifa, as a domestic terrorist organization. Critics note the U.S. doesn't actually have a domestic terrorism law. The order reads in part, quote, Antifa is a militarist anarchist enterprise that explicitly calls for the overthrow of the U.S. government, law enforcement authorities, and our system of law, unquote. A 2020 Congressional Research Service report describes Antifa as a decentralized movement without a clear structure or leader. Antifa traces its roots both to anti-fascist movements in Europe and to opposition that formed during Trump's first term in office. Trump's new executive order also calls for the, quote, investigatory and prosecutorial action against financial supporters of Antifa. This is part of a wider attack on his critics that ramped up even further after the assassination of the conservative activist Charlie Kirk, even though law enforcement has made no links to Antifa and the alleged killer. For more, we're joined by Will Potter, award-winning investigative journalist, author who focuses on attacks on civil liberties in the name of fighting terrorism. His new book on factory farms and fascism is titled Little Red Barns, Hiding the Truth from Farm to Fable. He's also author of Green is the New Red, an insider's account of a social movement under siege. Welcome back to Democracy Now! Will, great to have you in our studio. Start off by responding to Antifa, the movement being called a terrorist organization.
This is really a historic turning point and a radical escalation in the war on dissent and the war on protest. It's not about Antifa because Antifa is not an organization. I think what Trump is very clearly signaling here is it's using this as a catch-all to go against the broader left and anyone who speaks out against fascism right now, while at the same time giving continued unchecked authority to the FBI to ignore the rise of right-wing violence.
And Will, how is Charlie Kirk's murder being used by the Trump administration to attack the broader left in this country?
This is what fascists do. They deflect and misdirect. So they use opportunities like this to rewrite the narrative and then shift and blame their opposition and usher in, frankly, calls for violence and crackdowns. And I think we need to remember that even though there's no evidence linking Charlie Kirk's shooters to Antifa or any other left organization, they're going to proceed recklessly anyway. The intention is to capitalize on this, to crack down on their opponents, and to consolidate authoritarian power.
I want to go to Vice President Vance, who hosted Charlie Kirk's podcast after Charlie Kirk was assassinated, vowing to dismantle institutions on the political left that he claimed were promoting violence and terrorism.
Of course, we have to make sure that the killer is brought to justice. And importantly, we have to talk about this incredibly destructive movement of left-wing extremism that has grown up over the last few years, and I believe is part of the reason why Charlie was killed by an assassin's bullet. We're going to talk about how to dismantle that.
We're just gonna make shit up completely.
So Can you talk about what Vance is talking about, how to dismantle this? He had Stephen Miller on, the White House advisor, who talked about going after what he called leftist organizations, left-wing organizations. And what are the historical antecedents for this, Will?
The historical precedent is when authoritarians say they want to destroy you and eradicate you, you need to listen. They're being transparent and open about their intentions. Historically, what we've seen in terms of political repression, as I've documented post 9/11, but also in broader historical timelines, is when these attacks start on the fringes or more organizations like Antifa or environmentalists or Black Lives Matter, it spreads more and more towards the center. And that's what Vance is indicating. This is not about fringe or radical organizations. This is about the mainstream left funding foundations and institutional support.
And Will, I just wanted to pivot briefly to your book, Little Red Barns. You say a 10-year investigation that you conducted of factory farms and fascism.
That's right. It was it has been a long journey, one that started investigating factory farms as one of the top contributors to climate change and these repressive measures that are being used to silence journalists and to criminalize photography, and how that is spreading to other social movements. The connection to fascism is that as the FBI has relentlessly focused on environmentalists and animal activists, it's deliberately ignored the rise of far-right violence, and more broadly, it's facilitated it. Through informants and entrapment schemes. They're allowing this rise of white supremacist and far-right violence while they're focused on people taking photographs of animal cruelty.
Speak more about this. I mean, this is a 10-year investigation, really important, especially with this war on science. And you also talk about how animal agriculture is trying to discredit the whole issue of climate change as well.
It really amounts to what I would consider the authoritarian playbook post 9/11. It's about not only rewriting facts, but also censoring, misdirecting, pumping up fraudulent science like the oil industry and tobacco industry did for decades, but also shifting and embracing outright authoritarian tactics like criminalizing journalism, labeling civil disobedience as terrorism. Big agriculture has embraced all of this as a pathway to protect their profits and really keep consumers in the dark about what's happening.
Why did you single out photography? Just explain.
There is a wave of legislation that passed in multiple states in the U.S. called ag-gag laws that criminalize anyone, including journalists, who take photographs of factory farm cruelty and pollution and workers' rights.
Isn't this fucking insane? Like, aren't these laws fucking batshit? I was so, oh my God, the farm lobby at the local level. I remember when I came out against ag-gag laws and being like, nah, I don't, that's the First Amendment. That's how you get a lot of farm money against you.
Abuses. And now that's spread globally as well.
Why the title Little Red Barns?
This is the foundational myth. This is the story we're all raised on of what a farm looks like. And it struck me in the investigation that this is also the foundational myth of fascism. When we hear Make America Great Again, we're talking about this return to an idyllic past that never existed. And this is what fascists have always done. They kind of create this mythology that we have to return to this golden era, and therefore their attacks on dissent today are legitimized.
Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video.
Jesus Christ. I've been like, should I watch the Kamala Harris interview? Should I really watch it? I feel like watching it through somebody else's eyes. Hassan, did you watch it? Did he make a video making fun of her? Oh, he's got a lot of Charlie Kirk videos. I can't make myself watch Kamala Harris. I can't make myself watch Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris is just the most worthless, terrible politician of my life. I never thought she was going to go anywhere. I was so ecstatic that she was Biden's vice president because I was like, okay, that's good. That means the left has a really good shot of like winning after Biden's out of office. And I was bummed because I was like, okay, we're going to have to do this thing where if Biden's going to run for re-election, and then if he wins, then we're going to have to deal with Kamala. And if he loses, we're going to have to deal with Kamala Harris. So it was like after Biden won, I was like, okay, it's going to be fucking 8 years before the left gets another shot. But because Biden was so incompetent and Kamala Harris is such a bad politician, we actually got another chance after only 4 years. That's crazy.
Rising star right now in Democratic politics is Zoran Mamdani, who is going to be elected mayor of New York City.
We watched a minute of this.
Probably in a landslide, if the polls are anything to go by. Lots of mainline Democrats have been very shy about his candidacy. They seem somewhat flummoxed by his success. As a sort of talent spotter in the Democratic Party, what do you think of him and his candidacy? And what do you think of mainline Democratic shyness and agitation about the prospect that he's going to win?
Look, as far as I'm concerned, he's the Democratic nominee and he should be supported.
Do you endorse his candidacy?
I support the Democrat in the race, sure. But let me just say this. He's not the only star.
That was interesting, wasn't it? Why are progressive candidates making so many in the Democratic Party squirm? Kamala Harris gave a tepid endorsement of Zoran Mamdani for New York City mayor last night, as you just heard. It took Democratic Governor Kathy Hochul 82 days to throw her weight behind him after his landslide primary win. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer is still dodging questions on why he hasn't publicly endorsed yet. And so is House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. Is it the establishment being the establishment, moderates being moderate, or is it genuine fear about fracturing the party even further heading into the next election to Republicans?
Here's the thing. We should fracture it now. Like, I don't know what else to say. The sooner we do it, the better. If we wait until the presidential cycle where then the Democrats lose to a centrist or lose to a progressive and then shatter the party and try to run fucking Joe Manchin as an independent, it'll be too late. Like, that's what's gonna happen, guys. I don't know what else to tell you. Let's imagine AOC or someone even better. Imagine someone who is exactly the politician you want. Imagine them in your mind, the perfect socialist politician. If you don't like AOC, just invent them just for the purpose of a hypothetical. And they win. The Democrats are gonna do the same exact shit to them as they're doing to Mamdani in New York City. The exact same shit. So what's the fucking point?
As one of my next guests, a Democrat, wrote in an op-ed shortly after Donald Trump's second presidential win, unlike Democrats, Mr. Trump engaged in what I call supermajority thinking, envisioning what it would take to achieve an electoral realignment and working from there. Achieving a supermajority means declaring independence from liberal and progressive interest groups that prevent Democrats.
The White House has placed a photo of an auto pen signature of former President Biden at the White House Walk of Fame. This is just like, it's so interestingly classless. It's such a bitch-made thing to do. And it's like, I think for me, I believe in what's known as the grudger strategy. I've said this before and I say it again, and you should listen because I'm serious. I'm a very cooperative person. I like to have I like equality. I like treating my friends like equals. I like treating people that I'm in communion with or with working together as an equal that I respect, you know? You scratch my back, I scratch your back. I believe in a very like fair, reciprocal, just relationship. But the moment you fuck me over, I'm your enemy for life. The moment you put a dagger in my back, I'm your enemy for life. I want you to understand that. That is how I am. I'm not kidding. Now, I will forgive people if they go and repair the damage, if they go out of their way to repair the damage that they've done, express contrition, and then offer to scratch my back first, right? Like they repair, like I'm not insane, okay? If somebody's willing to apologize, repair the damage they did, come forward, offer me something of value, you know, understand that their trust has been broken and they need to like demonstrate that they've changed for a while, you know, that can happen. Okay. I'm not saying that can't happen, but if you think you can fuck with me and then I'm just going to forget, you're wrong. I will never forget. Like I will never forgive you and I'll never forget until you man up and apologize. You man up, woman up, gonad up, sack up, and you make restitution for your harm. And why do I say that? Because the Democratic Party never responds, and that's why they're treated like this, because they always cooperate. Even when they get betrayed, they just go back to cooperating again. You cannot do that. In an iterative prisoner's dilemma, if someone stabs you in the back once, you should assume they're going to stab you in the back again. And you should never, ever cooperate until they prove it by cooperating first. That's just logic. It's how the game is played. So if I am a Democrat and I'm looking at this, I'm saying the next time a Democrat gets into office, they take Donald Trump's fucking portrait off the fucking wall and put it above the toilet. The only Donald Trump images in the fucking White House will be in the toilets. They will, you know, you etch a fucking Donald Trump face in the urinals. Forgiving tit for tat strategy. Exactly. That's the optimal strategy of life. The optimal strategy for life is that you forgive because mistakes happen, but you tit for tat. If someone fucks with you, you fuck with them right back. And I guarantee you I do. I want you to know that I do. When somebody fucks with me, I fuck with them forever. There are signs.
From thinking clearly about how to win. And he has made his own group. He's made his own group to do just that. Joining us now, former Chief of Staff for Senator John Fetterman, former Deputy Chief of Staff for Senator Harry Reid, and founder of the Searchlight Institute, a new Democratic think tank, Adam Gentleson, also with us.
Adam is getting on the MSNBC right away. The John Fetterman guy. Mike, start a think tank. You think they care that I'm popular? You think they give a shit that I raised $20,000? No one even contacted me about that. I raised $20,000 online for a candidate like that. Do you think reporters give a shit? That's very weird that they don't.
Executive Director of More Perfect Union and advisor to Senator Bernie Sanders, Faz Shakir. You guys are going to be on the opposite sides of this issue. I'm so happy you agreed to join us. First, to Adam, explain supermajority thinking and how to get there.
Sure. Supermajority thinking is thinking beyond this rigidity that has taken hold in the Democratic Party that has said you can only be a Democrat if you adhere strictly to left-wing liberal orthodoxy. It is a purity test mindset that has caused Democrats to move too far to the left across a wide range of issues. And what it has done is left us unable to compete in the kind of states that we used to be able to win in, states like Iowa, Arkansas, Ohio. And supermajority thinking is thinking about what it takes to win those states. The same way that Donald Trump...
Guys, we went too far with Joe Biden. We went too far left with Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton. We went too far to the left.
Thought to himself, what would it take to appeal to an audience in Harlem, and decided to spend time in Harlem, in the Bronx, appealing to not a traditional Republican crowd. He didn't win New York. He didn't win New York City. But what he did do was make major gains with traditional Democratic voters, with black and brown voters across the board. And that kind of thinking helped him win states like Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. So you set the bar higher for...
Wait, is he really saying that Donald Trump campaigned to black people? That's why he did better with black people? That's really his argument? I want you to understand something, chat, that this guy is a complete fraud. And you shouldn't listen to the words he says. You should be... I wish I had cool fans.
Yourself, you aim higher, and you end up winning in places that you weren't able to win before. And in Democrats' case, places we were able to win relatively recently.
Let's establish a baseline here. When you're talking about the progressive special interest groups pulling the party too far to the left and making it impossible for Democrats to run on a message that can win, what specifically are you...
It's important to note as well that when the Democratic Party was the most left-wing it ever was, which was 2018, 2019, and 2020, they won! When the George Floyd protests were happening, they won!
Talking about what things were a problem for, say, Kamala Harris?
There's a lot of groups out there. My sort of definition of this is if you're asking Democrats, if you're a group who is asking Democrats to take positions that are dramatically out of step with the mainstream of the American people,
those are be specific, you fucking dumb rat. You can't be specific on one thing. Be specific, dumb fuck.
the kind of groups that we're talking about, right? And so when you look at polling, not just by my organization, but by the New York Times and many other organizations, voters think Democrats are dramatically out of step with their priorities. So they think we're too focused on issues like climate change, issues like open borders, issues that voters themselves do not prioritize.
So what he wants us to do is throw the border and the climate under the bus, but still keep doing economic right-wing policy. That's what he's offering. I want you to understand something, chat. If this man and the group that he was trying to form, if they were just unable to go anywhere without people booing them and going like, oh God, that guy's a Fetterman supporter. He's a genocide supporter. Like if that's what happened, these think tanks would get a lot less time on MSNBC.
And that causes them to think that because we're focused on those issues, we're not focused on things like affordability and crime and safety and the things that really matter to them.
So you mentioned the ACLU specifically pushing Kamala Harris to articulate a position on surgeries for transgender prisoners. That was an ad that Donald Trump used against Kamala Harris over and over again, especially during the World Series last year ahead of the election. The Sunrise Movement and the Working Families Party embracing decriminalizing border crossings. Justice Democrats pushing Democrats to abolish ICE and the police. Faz, what do you make of Adam's proposition?
I think he's dead wrong
in every way. I respect Adam. I'm glad he's in this arena doing what he's doing and having a debate. We need more debate. But I will say, if you're a nonprofit group or you're an advocacy group, what we need are people to make their case and try to build movement. So for all of these quote unquote groups that you reference, my sense is that their job is to push politicians. Now, the job of a politician is to stand on their own 2 feet and make some tough decisions about where they stand. They should be able to tell you what position they do hold and don't hold, and it can't be ascribed to a group who's quote unquote pressuring me. That's the job. Get into the arena, stand on your own 2 feet. My view is that right now, if you're trying to run for office, you got to be taking on the affordability crisis that Adam mentioned, but being willing to take on people who have too much wealth and too much power. If you want to understand why Mamdani is doing so well, why is Graham Plattner a compelling candidate for Senate in Maine? Why is Dan Osborne both a compelling candidate last time in Nebraska and right now? Because they are seen and understood to be working class champions focused on taking power from wealthy people and giving more power to working class people.
That seems pretty straightforward. What gets a lot of these Democrats tripped up, and certainly what got Kamala Harris tripped up, Adam is arguing, is that she had to take a position on social issues that were out of step with the country. If a Graham Plattner or another candidate gets out,
then don't do it. Say you don't support trans people. Say it, pussy. See, the thing is, she didn't win a primary, so we don't know what's popular. Kamala Harris is a goddamn loser who was handed a nomination by fiat.
Asked about social issues, gets asked about transgender surgeries, gets asked about open borders. How do they, in your estimation, how do they both answer the question
and none of these
and
groups
not
even
alienate the progressive left or alienate the moderate middle, I guess, or the rest of the country?
The idea here is just say what you believe. Start with what is it that you actually believe about these issues? That's what people are hunting. When you sound unconvinced or uncompelling or squeamish, when you're asked about Mamdani, right, as you've played in the clip, and you say, I support the Democratic nominee. You can't even mention his name. What does that suggest? But you don't have conviction around the thing that is even coming out of your mouth. And I would argue right now that is the biggest thing hurting the establishment of the Democratic Party. Is not the positions, it's the lack of conviction and integrity behind the words that are coming out.
Authenticity, I think, is what you're saying. And I don't think that's a wrong thing to point out. There are a lot of Democratic politicians feel like they've been polling every single answer that they give, and they're worried about stepping in it. That's why, there's books written about how Kamala Harris made the decision not to go on, say, Joe Rogan's podcast. So how do you respond to that, Adam?
Yeah, absolutely. Now, if I'm not careful, I'm going to find myself agreeing with Faz too much. We used to work together for Senator Harry Reid, and part of what I'm arguing here is that Harry Reid would be purity tested out of the Democratic Party if he had to run today, right? We have built a culture that chases people like him out of the party because they're not pure enough. I agree with everything Faz said when it comes to economic issues. Where I disagree is the idea that you can cordon off economic issues only as a place where you're going to be populist. I think, populism means being responsive responsive to the people, and people don't experience issues just as economic issues and just as cultural issues. Many people experience immigration as a cultural issue. Many people experience climate change as an economic issue because it drives up costs. And so this idea that you can just do populism on economic issues and not do it on cultural issues, I think is incorrect, and it's part of what has led us to not be able to win and compete in red states where people have more rightward-leaning cultural issues. And I'm not arguing for all Democrats to change their positions. I'm simply saying we as a party need to be more accepting and embrace candidates who are running in red states who have a different mix of views, who may be further to the right on.
What you have to understand about this guy, what is really necessary that you need to understand, is that if he disappeared tomorrow, he went back to his home planet,
some of those issues,
it would actually make the country safer. Like if we just didn't have to listen to guys like this anymore, ever. Joe Manchin didn't even try to run. Kirsten Sinema got chased out and was replaced by a Democrat. Like, what are you talking about, bitch?
I said when it comes to economic issues, where I disagree is the idea that you can cordon off economic issues only as a place where you're going to be populist. I think, populism means being responsive to the people, and people don't experience issues.
Oh, by the way, chat. All right. If somebody comes out here and they're like, I believe in unions and I believe in raising taxes on the rich and I believe in Medicare for all and I believe in raising the minimum wage and I believe in campaign finance reform and I believe taxing the billionaires' wealth and all this, but then they're like, as a Christian man from Arkansas, I think that abortion should be more regulated. When that candidate actually exists and he's competitive in Arkansas, we'll talk about it. Okay? We'll talk about it. Because his position on abortion will be irrelevant because the vast majority of people are already pro-abortion. So we'll have plenty of votes for the pro-abortion shit. He can vote no from Arkansas on abortion bill, making it nationally, like whatever the fuck. That's fine. But that guy doesn't exist. What you're really talking about is Joe Manchin, who's not that guy at all. He's about cutting taxes on Wall Street.
Just as economic issues and just as cultural issues. Many people experience immigration as a cultural issue. Many people experience climate change as an economic issue because it drives up costs. And so this idea that you can just do populism on economic issues and not do it on cultural issues, I think is incorrect, and it's part of what has led us to not be able to win and compete in red states.
Well, they've never done populism on anything. And by the way, abortion is the populist position, dumb fuck. By the way, immigration, people are now pro-immigration. They hate ICE. They hate what Donald Trump is doing. They don't like that. What they didn't like is a fantasy about what immigration is. And it was the Democrats' responsibility when they had a trifecta to pass an immigration bill that ended disorder at the border, which they failed to do because they were cowardly like you. And immigration enforcement is not what we need. What we need is a pathway to citizenship and lawful guest worker program that allows people to come to this country and work legally and join a union without being hassled by Border Patrol. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. If you eliminate the economic migrants from human trafficking, then the supply of human trafficking will decline precipitously because it is the economic migrants that serve as the backbone consumer of human trafficking program, like smugglers. Like the people trying to move to the U.S. to make money are the people that fund the human trafficking smugglers. If you give them a legal pathway, the smuggling will actually decrease, dumbass, because there won't be as many people supplying revenue for those illegal fucking coyotes. It's very straightforward that legal immigration makes the country safer. God, they're so fucking dumb.
It's where people have more rightward-leaning cultural issues. And I'm not arguing for all Democrats to change their positions. I'm simply saying we as a party need to be more accepting and embrace candidates who are running in red states who have a different mix of views, who may be further to the right on some of those issues. That doesn't require me to change my beliefs. It doesn't require facts.
That's like, this is bullshit. This is total fucking bullshit. This is absolute bullshit.
To change his beliefs. But
what's the best way for a campaign to get in touch with me? Have a longtime community member that is part of your campaign. That's the best way. And then you reach out to me, and then we go from there. I'm not necessarily a fan of tourists trying to come in here to just grab attention.
We as a party are building a bigger tent, and we're able to compete and win in many more places. And that doesn't always mean taking poll-tested issues either. I agree on the authenticity point, but very few people hold left-wing views straight down the line, and they're inauthentic when they sound like they're trying to advocate for these positions urged on them by the groups.
By the way, who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? Republicans get you to vote for them based on one issue that you agree with them. Half the Republican Party doesn't agree with the Republican Party on fucking anything. The reality is it's about what's salient. God, this is such basic shit. Fuck this guy. He's so worthless. How the fuck is this guy getting paid? He's so stupid. This is why the Democrats lose. There's not people this stupid on the right. The professional campaign consultants on the right are smart. The professional campaign consultants on the right are disciplined. They charge low fees because if they're not competent and they're not focused on data, if they're not focused on they get fired. But on the left, you have a bunch of grifters like this guy. It's so fucking crazy how bad they are
on every issue.
I want Faz to respond. We're going to take a very, very short break. Sit tight. Don't go anywhere. On the other side, we will continue this. We'll be right back. All right, Adam and Faz are back. Faz, you're going to respond to Adam. What happens when a candidate takes a position against, the Democratic Party on transgender surgeries or on immigration or on another cultural issue, and they want to be a Democratic candidate still? Does the party, does the online furor erupt and cower them into submission? Do the special interest groups do that too?
So my response would be, one is this is why I like working class economic issues, because they are the super majoritarian issues that Adam was referring to. And then when you get into the cultural immigration issues that you mentioned, take somebody like Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez, who I love. And I think the positions that she holds on public safety, ICE, National Guard, may be different than a Democrat running in Idaho or Montana. And it's understandable that people would have different viewpoints. What I know about Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez is that she believes them. She's not saying them to win an election. She believes them. Now, is that also true of a Democrat trying to win somewhere else? Stand for a position that you believe in, not because you think it'll win an election, but because that is what you honestly and sincerely want to persuade people around.
Do I have time for follow-up question, control room, or do I have to go? I don't have time.
Mike, I found my groove with DSA, work with a family severely impacted by ICE. If I start a larger donation drive in the future, could I reach out to you? My general feeling is it's very hard for me to vet GoFundMes that are going into private pockets. I get very, very nervous about that because unless I know the person personally, unless I know the situation personally, it's very hard for me to be able to tell what is accurate and what is not, which is why I like to go toward institutional giving. However, and I just feel like some leftist content creators, they get sucked into this world and all you have are GoFundMe grifters around you before you know it. And the content just becomes, let me give money to various people that tricked me on the internet. And it's just that's not a way, socialism is not going to arise from me doing 80 GoFundMes a week. I'm sorry if that sounds cold, but
you're going to have to come back, both of you. That's it. I'm going to have to rebook you. Gentlemen, thank you so much, Faz and Adam.
That being said, we will occasionally support specific instances that I could highly vet. You can feel free to talk to the mods about it, but odds are not great.
Appreciate it.
Okay. This story is everything you need to know. When Javier Milei was elected as an anarcho-capitalist in Argentina, I came to you and I said, he's going to crash the economy. Libertarianism does not work. He's going to fail. It's going to destroy Argentina. You know what happened? Exactly what I've said has happened. Argentina's economy is in free fall. And so what is happening? Donald Trump and the United States of America are reaching out and they are bailing out Argentina with $20 billion of free money from America. The United States of America is giving them a bailout.
Argentina's President Milei has had a tough few months. His approval ratings have been slipping. His La Libertad Avanza party got battered at the Buenos Aires provincial elections a couple of weeks ago. And perhaps most importantly, the Argentinian peso has been steadily declining, stoking inflation and straining Argentina's...
So, in other words, they cut all these benefits, they cut the government, and inflation went up faster?
...eager foreign exchange reserves. However, early this week, Milei received a sudden respite when US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent announced that the US taxpayer will be essentially bailing Argentina out. So in this video, we're going to take a look at why Milei needs a bailout from the US and whether it will actually work.
I wish there was a large English-speaking leftist content creator who lived in Argentina who could make videos about this. You know, if obviously Americans are pussies, like leftist Americans like myself are big pussies, right? When we aren't doing enough to stand up to Trump, right? But I wish there was a large leftist English-speaking content creator who lived in Argentina who might say, I don't know, anything about the country he lives in. Maybe give us some insight.
Who's the worst politician right now? Hear our thoughts and argue with us on our podcast, The World Leader Leaderboard. Find it on the TLDR Podcast YouTube channel or in your favorite podcast app. Let's start by quickly explaining why Milei needed a bailout in the first place. We did a whole video on this a couple of days ago, so go and check that out if you want to know more. But the TLDR is that the Argentinian peso wasn't doing as well as Milei hoped it would. For context, before Milei, the peso essentially had two exchange rates: the official rate, claimed and managed by the government, and the unofficial or actual market rate, known as the blue rate. When Milei took charge in late 2023, the official rate was around 370 to the dollar, while the unofficial rate was about 1,000 to the dollar. In other words, the government was pretending that the peso was worth about 3 times as much as it actually was. Now, in a way, the simplest thing that Milei could have done would just be to immediately devalue the official rate to the unofficial rate, which would have essentially unified the currency and allowed the peso to float, i.e. have its value determined by market forces, like most other currencies in the world. Despite his stated commitment to free markets, Milei didn't do this, because he knew that such a dramatic devaluation would trigger a massive increase in inflation. This is because Argentinian households import lots of stuff, so a steep devaluation in the peso would make all of these imports more expensive, thus pushing up inflation. Such a massive spike in inflation would both destabilize the economy and risk undermining Milei's popularity, which would in turn make it harder for him to push his reforms through Congress, where his party only has minimal representation, or convince investors that any of the reforms he did get through would actually stick. After all, the lower Milei's poll numbers fall, the more likely it is that his reforms will ultimately be undone by his successors. Anyway, the key thing to know about Milei's peso policy is that he knows the free market thing to do would be to let it float, but he didn't want to devalue it too fast for the fear of stoking inflation. Now, Milei did dramatically devalue the peso's official rate by about 50%, literally 3 days after taking office, but it was still overvalued, and this triggered a dramatic spike in inflation, with month-on-month inflation rising to 25.5% in December. To avoid further stoking inflation, Milei refrained from another large devaluation, and instead moved to what's known as a crawling peg, devaluing the peso by 2% each month, with the idea that the official rate would eventually catch up with the unofficial rate. While inflation did stabilize somewhat, the two rates never converged because the peso's unofficial rate kept declining even faster than the crawling peg. So in April of this year, Milei took the leap, scrapped most capital controls and let the peso float, essentially unifying the two rates. Originally, it looked like a massive success, and the peso stabilized at around 1,100 to the dollar, well above Milei's stated lower bound of 1,400, which meant Milei didn't have to use any of his IMF dollars to defend it. However, in recent months, the peso has started coming under pressure. Things started going downhill in July when the peso posted a sharp decline after economic data published that month suggested that Argentina's economy wasn't doing brilliantly, contracting slightly in May and June. Then in August, leaked recordings implied that Milei's sister, who is probably his closest political confidant, had been stealing millions of dollars from Argentina's disability agency.
Everybody who's allied with the United States is a corrupt criminal or a pedophile. Usually both. This is serious. This is true. This is true. If you study history, everybody who's a big American fan is usually a pedophile and definitely corrupt.
This triggered a steep decline in Milei's poll ratings, sparking anxiety among investors that Milei now lacked the political capital to make his reforms stick. Milei was able to keep the peso above its lower limit by raising reserve requirements for banks. In other words, demanding that banks buy more pesos to artificially create demand for pesos. But when Milei's party got battered at the Buenos Aires provincial elections earlier this month, the sell-off accelerated, and fiddling with reserve requirements wasn't going to cut it. In a last-ditch attempt to defend the peso, Milei started burning through IMF dollars, buying pesos on international markets, despite literally promising the IMF that he'd never do
incredible
this, and thus essentially ruling out further.
Guys, what happened? What happened to the free market? What happened?
IMF support. Milei promptly burnt through about 5% of Argentina's $20 billion in liquid foreign exchange reserves in just 3 days. And things were looking pretty...
The market's in panic mode. Panic mode? I thought it was perfectly rational. I thought market panics were just a socialist lie. I thought market failures were just socialist lies. Hutch is trying to watch a hit piece on you, and his chat is fighting themselves because some of them are agreeing with you, and others are trying to tell them you're actually still bad. Amazing.
Dicey.
Don't go watch Hutch, chat. Never go watch Hutch. Never go watch Hutch. Okay, like, please never watch Hutch. Even when he's trying to get relevance by talking about me, it's like, come on. He had a good month. He got rated. He got rated once. But just you know, come on. Well, come on. Okay, come on. Negative 1,700 followers. Wow, that's pretty impressive.
Until Monday evening, when US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent took to X to announce that the US would essentially bail Milei out, stating that all options for stabilization are on the table. Why is the US bailing Milei out? Well, in comments to the media, Bessent said, "We're sending a message that if you do the right thing, if you follow good policies, if you're aligned with the values of the United States, then we're willing to provide assistance when things move out of equilibrium." Well, this sort of makes sense, given that Trump and Milei are both well-known standard bearers of the international right, who thus presumably want to support one another. But we should note that when it comes to their actual policies, Milei and Trump are miles apart. Trump loves tariffs, failed to meaningfully cut government spending, and is constantly intervening in the economy, even buying up stakes in companies. Conversely, Milei is an impassioned advocate of free trade, who did actually massively cut public spending and privatize basically every industry he could. Anyway, will this actually work out? Maybe a bit. Bessent's announcement has apparently stemmed the sell-off, and a stronger peso might help Milei electorally by tamping down inflation. Nonetheless, it's unlikely to be enough to restore Milei to his former glory, given that the main reason that Milei's approval ratings have slumped is the corruption scandal. And it's also pretty embarrassing, given that Milei came to power promising that free market economics would save Argentina, only to then need a bailout from both the IMF and the US. More fundamentally though, a bailout won't solve the fundamental problem, namely that Argentina's economy has apparently stalled and the Argentinian exports have been weak, which is the main reason the peso is under pressure and that Argentina's trade account has flipped back into deficit. The media landscape right now is moving so fast that it's quite easy to rely on just the information you already know, or the sources you've grown to trust. But what about everything you don't see? Or what if those sources you trust aren't completely honest? Well, luckily our sponsor this week, Ground News, are experts at lifting the veil on media bias. Their website and app, developed by a former NASA engineer, collects thousands of articles from across the media landscape, putting them all into one place for you to easily compare how the news is being covered around the world.
Every single time with this incredibly sus fucking company. Ground News is so fucking suspect to me. Holy shit. Mike, is there anything we could buy from them? The answer is they're trying to create a right-wing Latin American puppet government. They don't want to see Latin America, if it got left-wing governments and they were not interfered with, it would develop those countries and they would no longer be places of American exploitation. They would start developing their own multinational corporations. They'd start controlling their own resources. They'd start raising their own wages, their own development. So they have to keep right-wing guys like Milei in there to keep these countries undeveloped so they can be exploited by American corporations. That is what is happening. All right. Did you hear him say that Ground News was developed by a former NASA engineer? Sus. Yes, very sus. Yet another example. All right. Let's see here. Bondi DOJ may have violated Criminal Rule 231. Oh, I mean, sure, of course. You mean against Luigi? Yeah, definitely. The fact that other largest countries are shifting left, yeah, I mean, they hate the fact that Bolsonaro is now going to prison, which we mentioned offhandedly. Yeah, but this is what they did in Brazil.
I just want to bring you some breaking news coming to us from Brazil now. Former President Jair Bolsonaro has been sentenced to more than 27 years in prison. The Supreme Court there has convicted him of plotting a coup to remain in power after losing the election in 2022. Let's go straight to our Latin American editor, Lucia Newman, who is live for us in Brasilia. How significant is this sentence?
It's extremely significant and also a surprise. It wasn't expected to be delivered until tomorrow. The last of the 5 court justices gave his guilty verdict about 20 minutes ago, and then he and the remaining 4 had to calculate what the sentence would be. One of the judges had asked for more than 40 years in prison. One only of the 5 had asked for the former president to be acquitted, but in the end, they agreed on 27 years and 3 months of imprisonment. Now, we have to keep very much in mind that this may or may not happen immediately. That hasn't yet been discussed. The lawyers, or rather Bolsonaro's lawyers and that of the other 7 co-defendants still have some wiggle room here, so it could take a while. And apart from that, the supporters of Bolsonaro in Congress are already submitting an amnesty law, hopefully to get Bolsonaro off the hook so he won't have to go to prison at all. Maybe house arrest, maybe no jail time at all. That's still happening as I speak. It hasn't happened yet. So whether or not he will actually spend any time in prison or not can't be confirmed at this point. But what we can say is that he has a very, very long sentence that has just been confirmed by the 5 members of the Supreme Court who are in charge of this trial.
Okay, many thanks for that. Our Latin American editor, Lucia Newman, there for us in Brasilia with that breaking news that a panel of Brazil's Supreme Court has now sentenced former President Jair Bolsonaro to 27 years and 3 months in prison for plotting a coup to remain in power after losing the election in 2022.
I mean, this is the Lulog. This is what we needed. When Donald Trump tried to seize power through a coup, he should have been prosecuted for treason and sentenced to 27 years in prison. As long as well, and Charlie Kirk should be alive today because he said 87 buses to January 6th. We should have prosecuted everyone who was involved with a January 6th attempted coup. Everybody who stepped inside of the Capitol should have gone away for a decade. But that would actually involve a liberal party that wanted to defend their liberal democracy. But we don't have that. We have liberalism is cooked. As an ideology, no one believes in it. Even liberals don't believe in it. Liberals do not believe in liberalism. They believe in satisfying the status quo. And the ideology that gave rise to the status quo was called liberalism. But our current liberals don't defend it. They're in a permanent tactical battleground where they're making decisions moving around deck chairs. They don't even attempt to pilot this country in any direction. And that's why we're going directly into the fascist iceberg, because we don't have anything to fight for. It is, how does this ambitious person get into this political office? That is it.
A 5-member panel of Brazil's Supreme Court has voted to convict former President Jair Bolsonaro. Prosecutors accuse him of plotting a coup and trying to abolish democratic rule, all in the hopes of staying in office. CNN Brazil's senior correspondent, Americo Martins, joins me now. Americo, this was a landmark case, and this is a landmark historic ruling.
Absolutely historic.
Tell us what you know.
Yes, absolutely historic. It's the first time we have a Brazilian political leader and 4 major generals, military generals, convicted of trying a coup d'etat in Brazil. Brazil has a long history unfortunately, of military intervention in politics. This was the first time we have a leader convicted. Today, the Supreme Court reached a majority. So they have a panel of 5 judges ruling the case. 3 of them already voted to condemn him. Tomorrow, we are going to have another session of the Supreme Court, and then we are going to know how long the sentence will be. He's facing 43 years in jail.
Yeah, well, so he's currently under house arrest.
Yes.
So in terms of his movements, I guess we'll wait for the outcome of tomorrow, but then what might come and what might happen?
He will, well, now he's considered guilty.
Yeah.
His lawyers will be able to appeal, but on technicalities. It's very unlikely to change the result of this decision. Tomorrow we're going to know the sentence. He's facing up to 43 years. However, it's unlikely to get that much because one of the judges voted to acquit him, not to condemn him, although they reached this majority now. And he's under house arrest, and they will decide tomorrow the length of the sentence and if he's going to stay in house arrest or he's going to be sent to a military prison, for example, or to the federal police.
I mean, we know this is a case that has divided a nation. We've had protests out on the street on both sides of the aisle. Is there concern right now violence is going to erupt in the aftermath of this? I mean, what are you hearing about the mood?
Unlikely to have violence, thanks. But you are very right. Brazil is very polarized at the moment. It's very, very divided. So this is one case that will touch on the passions of people. Bolsonaro remains a very popular right-wing politician. His supporters will protest. They're pushing the Congress to vote some kind of amnesty. But hopefully we're going to have some demonstrations, but not violence. We had lots of demonstrations recently in Brazil from both sides, people backing the left, people backing the right. But thank God we didn't have violence. So we are not expecting that. But I guess the authorities are preparing for that in any case.
Just to go back to the historic nature of this, the first time a leader has been held accountable for attempting a coup. What does this mean, this moment mean for Brazil's political future?
It's historic, and I think it shows the mature of democracy in Brazil. Brazil is consolidated, it's relatively young democracy. So I think it's a very, very important decision to show that nobody is above the law. As I mentioned to you, Brazil had a very, very long history of military attempts, military coup, military intervention. We had a dictatorship that lasted for 21 years. Nobody ever answered for all the crimes that were committed during that period. Now we have a politician that had been elected, try a coup, according to the Supreme Court, and is going to be punished for that, including the generals. That's also very important. So I think it's a sign that democracy in Brazil is coming to age.
I mean, it is a busy day in Washington, as we've been reporting. We will, of course, look to reaction from there. Obviously, this has been a case that has escalated tensions with President Trump. But for now, a historic day, as you say, and we will continue to follow this. Americo, appreciate you being here. Thank you.
All right, Spain is sending a Navy vessel to sail along with the flotilla starting tomorrow. Oh, hell yeah.
Que se cumpla la ley internacional.
The government of Spain demands that international law be complied with and that the right of its citizens to navigate the Mediterranean under safe conditions be respected. Tomorrow itself, a maritime action vessel equipped with all the necessary means will set sail from Cartagena? I don't know how to say it. In case it is necessary to assist the flotilla and carry out any rescue. You're playing with fire. The Israelis are capable of sinking the ship. And then what are you going to do, tough guy? Declare Article 5 NATO. An attack on a NATO country is an attack on them all, and declare war against non-NATO country Israel. Cartagena. Thank you, chat. Wait, did you guys not know that Article 5 could be used that way? Oopsie daisy. Okay, Cass Sunstein on what lefty college kids get wrong. Okay, I can't wait to see. I'm going to start you with a simple question. In 2025, what is liberalism to you? Liberalism is a set of commitments to freedom, pluralism, rule of law, respect for individual autonomy, security, and self-government. Those are the ideas that liberalism represents. What does the United States support in our foreign policy? None of those things. Liberalism has been attractive to people on the political right. Ronald Reagan was a liberal. FDR was very much a liberal. For all their disagreements, the idea of pluralism, freedom, basic individual security, those are things that unify the liberal right and the liberal left. I almost called the book Big Tent Liberalism, and I have a bit of regret that I didn't. The publisher knows best, and I thought that would be an off-putting title, but it's the case that the free market right is part of the liberal tradition, and the Great Society left is also part of the liberal tradition. The disagreements between those who think the Great Society was a terrific idea and those who think it was terrible are really important disagreements, but they're disagreements within a family. He's right. They're one party. He's right. They're one party. Democrats and Republicans are the same thing. He's right. I got news from people on the political right who said, I agree with all of this, or I agree with most of this. People on the right said these such things as, I'm a conservative because I'm a conservative, I'm a liberal, I want to conserve liberalism. The person who said that didn't mean that he would vote for Barack Obama. He would have no enthusiasm for Barack Obama. He didn't mean that progressive leftists were people he embraced. He meant the liberal tradition that respects freedom of speech, freedom of religion, and rule of law, which Donald Trump is assailing right now, and none of those conservatives give a shit about. I think maybe you're intellectually bankrupt. And the reason why you're intellectually bankrupt is you didn't name the person. Because if you did, it would undermine your argument. I got people on the left who said there are a lot of illiberal leftists out there who are not respectful of freedom of speech and pluralism. Some of the people on the left were academics who said that universities are, in their view, flirting with illiberalism with respect to religion and speech. That's who you mentioned? To see people on the right saying, I agree with this, alongside people on the left, people who vote for Obama and not Republican presidential candidates, saying, I embrace this. So his definition of left is voting for Obama. When I wrote of the book, my eyes were on 1930s and communism. I was thinking about the rise of fascism. Hitler called out liberalism in terms of something he was against. I visited China and saw many amazing, great things, but also illiberalism in practice. Some of the frightening aspects of illiberalism are on display in a country which has also had fantastic achievements. Like, for example, when I wrote it, I was thinking about illiberalism in terms of theory, that is the Marxist and postmodern left, both in its ridiculing of liberalism and its enthusiasm for restrictions on speech on campus and elsewhere that defy the liberal tradition. And I was thinking about the anti-liberal right in the United States, which is a long tradition, particularly those who think of liberalism as the heart of what ails America. In terms of current practices that following the writing of the book, I would describe this as the #1 threat, but I would describe it as a threat. The restriction on diversity of expression at universities. You mean by the Trump administration, right? You mean by arresting pro-Palestinian advocates, right? And banning the encampments, right? Shouting down speakers and such. But some of it is the orthodoxy on the left. Where if students or faculty say something or think something that is inconsistent with the orthodoxy, there's a social norm that kicks in that's antithetical to their freedom. That's not very good. Like what? I try in the book to avoid calling out contemporary American politicians. You would, Cass Sunstein, the fucking ultimate Democratic coward. Jesus Christ, what a loser. Trump's attack on law firms is very troubling because clearly the law firms who've been singled out are law firms that aren't politically correct by the lights of those who are singling them out for attack. I think that's a more severe threat than it may seem. You don't say. The idea that universities should not be intolerant of anti-Semitism. Wait a minute! What do you mean? What about my freedom? Right? Like anti-Semitism, I don't want it on universities. But you just said it was inconsistent with freedom. Now it's okay to censor? Well, what do you know? I guess we found an exception to liberalism for Cass Sunstein. Don't you dare criticize the genocide. It's also fair about the absence of political diversity on campuses. What are you talking about? I was teaching a first-year class just a few years ago at my law school, and we were discussing earlier in the semester some opinion by Scalia. Which opinion? I referred to the opinion with admiration and respect. It was a really good opinion, and the students started laughing. They thought I was clearly contemptuous of Justice Scalia and I was making fun of something. It was as if the notion of Justice Scalia to a member of this number of students was that he's on the other team and we can't admire or respect him. I thought, what's going on here? These Democrats are unbelievably cucked. What opinion was it? What opinion was it? So in other words, he got laughed at by his students and he's bitter about it. God, these fucking dudes are the worst. Why is everyone such a loser narcissist? Holy fuck. To speak of an admirable opinion with admiration was kind of obvious. I found my students at Chicago and Harvard to be open to multiple kinds, views of multiple kinds. So there isn't a problem with diversity of thought. You just made it up. I really like it when someone will say, I agree with Thomas on this and Kagan on that. That's just stupidity. What are you talking about? These guys are dumber than dirt. They're dumber than dirt. The other story is about a student who came into my office one day and said she wanted to write a paper on how the law constructs the body. I thought, oh, okay. And I said, what do you mean? And she looked at me with incredulity and said, the law doesn't construct the body? A lot of things have changed since I was in law school, evidently. I said to her, I don't have a position on that. What would it mean to say the law constructs the body? It's clear that in some class, the idea that the law constructs the body was taken as self-evident and thrilling, and the student had to ask what the sentence actually meant. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? Body could mean a whole bunch of different things. Do you mean the body of law? Do you mean a person's body of the biology? Do you mean, like, what are you talking about? There's not enough context to know. I assume he means the body of a person? The idea that there was a formulation of something that gets to the head is said with conviction, even though its meaning is obscure to the person who has conviction of its truth. That's not ideal. This is the dumbest anecdotal bullshit I've ever seen in my life. We're fucking toast. He's such a fucking Weasley lawyer, dude. Holy shit. If this happened in another country, the media would report it as state-sanctioned bribery and extortion. I hear you. Okay, Chad. I think, hold on, give me 1 second. Be right back. Okay. You're right that there's a strand of the liberal tradition in which it was focused on commitment to individual dignity, which is water, clean air, and minimal resources is something that's appropriate to provide. Hayek himself, often thought to be the classic neoliberal market guy, agreed with the minimum for people. He was for that and the road to serfdom. That's part of the liberal tradition. To dismantle a government agency that is congressionally created, you have to work really hard to come up with an argument to defend that speaks in respectful terms of the separation of powers. Now, there was some agile work done on USAID. There could have been lawyers on the government side who've worked hard. But let's just say, in terms of respect for the rule of law, these weren't moments you'd introduce to Mars to show the United States was capable of. What a fucking circuitous little bitch. He really is the last liberal. God, he's such a fucking dipshit. Holy shit. Okay, here he's talking about FDR. It depends on how long the list of agencies that we're getting rid of. I think we're unlikely to see as many agents gotten rid of as of that. We'd see the New Deal order in history's ash bin, but certainly Roosevelt's vision of what the government is for is a commanding nods of approval from the White House. One way to get at this concretized is that in Roosevelt, 1944, delivered what I regarded as one of the most important speeches of his life, which he called for the Second Bill of Rights. He said there should be a right to an education, freedom from monopolies, right to protection against the vicissitudes of and disease and old age, a right to Social Security. The Second Bill of Rights, whether or not people know about its existence, has oriented a lot of our national debates where a lot of the ingredients Republicans have been basically committed to. Hayek would have been okay with the Second Bill of Rights. This is who advises the president of the United States on the left. There's never been a person who's more wrong in his life. Jesus Christ. All right, chat. I'm going to call it there. Thank you so much for being with me today. We went a little bit long and we started early. That's what